cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday morning. Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. 4 days and about 6 hours after the catastrophic flooding in Texas, and we have some things to talk about with that. We have some updates, we have some news stories, we have people doing in-depth articles on what might have gone wrong, but we also have some good stories and some positive stories coming up in mainstream media, as well as in some of the social channels. We have some other things to go over too. You know me, I always got to do my sports stories. Salty's going to come up here and join me too. And then we have another special guest coming up in a minute. Good morning, Salty.
Good morning. So I'm just in time for the morning sports update.
Yeah, I got to do my sports update. You know me.
Good. It's all good. We're here for it, Joe Schmoe.
But good morning, everybody. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Pammy. Good morning, Butterfly. Donnie. Good morning, Rachel. I saw Rachel in there. Lisa's in here too. Good morning, everybody.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
So let's get my fun stuff out of the way. Let's watch. I've got two really short sports stories. The FIBA, that's the Federal International Basketball Association, had their championship, their U19 championship over the summer. That means people who are 19 and under, which is mostly like college freshmen and sophomores. And there was a player from Purdue that made the USA team. He's a 7-footer, Daniel Jacobson.
7 foot.
Yep, he's another 7-footer coming to Purdue. So they won gold. So I'm going to show highlights. Germany, they played Germany in the championship, in the FIBA championships a couple of days ago. And we've got some highlights. These are from USA Basketball, so I better not get copyright stricken for this. USA Basketball is a nonprofit organization, so they shouldn't be complaining about me playing their highlights. It's just like a minute and a half long.
Right. All these people with their darn strikes. Just stop it. We'll make up our own news, Joe. Just make it up. Right. Just make it all up.
I'll go to Europe and I'll watch that game in person, and then I'll air my own damn footage.
Real boots on the ground shit.
Right.
Need to book a plane now, Joe. I'm telling y'all, I'm waiting on him to buy that Sprinter van so we can just sprint across the country, going wherever the boots needed are needed. Where's the boots needed today?
Did it not present that? This is going to
No.
drive me nuts. This is going to drive me nuts. Why do I have to add that separately from the stage when I say present?
I don't know.
Do you believe this how special this game will be now? Stokes working his way, Tyron Stokes. Says no, Lloyd.
So they didn't show any highlights of Purdue's 7-footer Daniel Jacobson. That's okay. He was on some other highlights in the earlier games.
Okay, I got ears, I think.
No.
Can you say something?
Hi. Hello.
Hi,
Welcome in
sorry
our
about
special
that.
new guest. You're okay. You're okay. We were watching some basketball here.
Well, yeah, the owner of this building, actually, his grandparents founded Camp Mystic, and his cousin is the director who passed away.
Oh, no.
And he
Oh,
came in,
no.
he's our landlord, and I was dealing with that. My apologies.
That's okay. That's okay.
So, what can I
Well-
give you? What information?
Well, first of all, welcome in.
Thank you very
And-
much.
Welcome, A to K. And can you introduce yourself to my channel?
Sure, I'm Ada Kay. I have a channel here in YouTube, but I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. We have interpreters for the deaf on my channel. I am a volunteer firefighter, emergency services chaplain, and I have been boots on the ground. In fact, I had driven past Camp Mystic Friday night, and was at the Hunt store having dinner. We were one of the last group of people to get to eat at the Hunt store. So, yeah,
Oh.
it's been a lot.
So you live in Kerrville, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do live in Kerrville, Texas. My office, if you see the bridge where the flood is happening, is less than a mile from the bridge. My home is less than a mile the opposite direction. So, yes, we live in Kerrville.
So were you born and raised there? Or how long have you lived there?
No, I was moved here in 2002 with my husband's business and have remained. This is my home. I'm a military brat, so this is the longest I've lived anywhere. So yes, this is my home.
So tell us about that night or that morning. Like, what were you doing when you found out that there was some catastrophic flooding going on?
Well, I'm a full-time college student. I'm getting a degree in criminal justice, and we are at the end of our 8-week session, and I'm studying for exams. And I went home about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. We got back from the Hunt store at about 9:30. So I came in just to check assignments, and then I said, you know what, I'll do this in the morning. So I went home. I knew we were going to get rain. The weather warnings we were getting at the time were not severe. Now, I'm a storm chaser as well, so I'm watching the storm on radar. It did not appear to be anything super huge. And so about 2 o'clock in the morning, between 1 and 2, I couldn't sleep. So I said, I'm going to go to the shop. I'm going to work on homework because we have a live the next day, you know. So I came into the shop, and about 4:30, it started raining lightly. I mean, it wasn't huge. I was sitting in the office with a window, and it was impressive. It didn't impress me much. I checked the radar. Okay, so we may get up to 6 inches. Okay, that will flood the river, but it wouldn't be catastrophic. Well, I fell asleep here at the office in my chair, and I wake up, I go live. I looked out the window, it was raining, nothing flooded over here. And my daughter FaceTimes me from San Angelo because that's where she's going to college. Mom, you okay? I said, what? Yeah. She goes, no, you need to go look at the news. Kerrville is flooded. And I went, yeah. And I'm thinking the standard flood. I pulled it up and I cut my live and we bolted and got across the river on that big main bridge, but the water was lapping the bottom of the bridge. I had to get home. I have a capuchin at home. My home sometimes, that street flood. So luckily my home is okay. We had some tree damage, trees down. So compare, I'm not complaining. But I then went into shut the live down and everything, and then I went straight into disaster mode. Um, I ended up serving at the reunification area. I did get to go and drive past Camp Mystic that day. I was available for families and first responders when they were finding the victims. And I did go to the funeral home where they were identifying the victims the following day. And then, so that's my story.
So you said the water was lapping the bottom of the bridge. Have you ever seen that before?
No. The worst flood I saw was in 2002. In fact, that's the day that we had to drive in to sign on our home. We were buying a home here. We were moving here. And that flood didn't even it got up to what we call the splash pad. And I can pull a picture if you'd like. It's a good indicator of what's going on. Let me Google Lewis Hayes Park. That was a bad flood, and that scared me because of the. I'm trying to get a good aerial view of the park with the splash pad so you can get an idea of. Okay, this will work. Let me get it up. I'm share my screen.
I'm looking for it. StreamYard settings went all wacky like since the last time I used it.
StreamYard has been bothering me. I've been having mic problems and stuff for a week. Here's my screen. You can
y'all ditch StreamYard. That's all I can say. Ditch the StreamYard.
Originally. And then down here you can see the bridge here. I have seen water get up to these trees. I expected when they said flood for the water to get about right here. Okay. This is about 40 feet from the bottom of that bridge to the ground, and that's where that water was slapping.
Wow.
All of this is underwater. I have never seen it pass this road. Ever. So now we're going up here. This is the main, there's a road that goes this way now. This is Thompson Drive. The water was all the way up here to this line right here. Didn't cross this road, but we have businesses and stuff that are all along that road now, and some of them got water. All of this, it flooded from here all the way across here, and that's 40 feet. So let me see. Let me go back. Give me a second. Let me see. That's not what I want. Okay. So anyway, this flood was the worst I think I have ever seen. I have been in Katrina, all hurricanes between Katrina and Harvey as a Red Cross volunteer. I've seen death and destruction. I have seen it, but nothing prepared me for the quickness that this took. The speed in which this happened was unbelievable.
And just obviously caught everybody off guard.
Very much so. And on top of it, we had they had just set everything up for the 4th of July. So on the opposite side of the bridge underneath, there is a park area where they put this big stage. They have the vendors there. They have everybody come and do music. They had the fireworks on the island. All of that was washed away. Everything gone.
So I just read an article this morning while I was researching for the show that said National Weather Service sent out watches the day before, but then at like 1 o'clock in the morning, so like a couple hours before the flood actually hit, they sent out more alerts. Did you get that 1 a.m. alert?
I did get the 1 a.m. alert. I was perplexed a little bit by it, but once again, even with 10 inches, it wouldn't got maybe halfway up to that road on that map on that picture we showed. There's a difference between 6, 10, 12, 14, 15 inches and 16 feet. You know what I'm saying? It's just my mind just can't wrap around the amount of rain we got. And the fact that we got so much rain that it would encompass all the water for a day and a half coming over Niagara Falls. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
120,000 cubic feet per second is
yeah,
a ridiculous number for especially for a channel. So Niagara Falls expects that amount. The North Fork of the
yeah.
Guadalupe River does not, or the South
Well,
Fork does not.
they said the average flow rate is 5
Yes,
while we're
exactly.
sitting there swimming. A good flow rate for tubing is 10, and you have to be experienced to do it. So when we drove across the bridge, I just sobbed because we have cypress that are 12, 14, 15, 18 feet wide across. The whole tree, roots and all, were floating down the river. And those cypresses are over 100 feet tall. And for them to be uprooted and floating down the river, that is power.
Okay, so then your position as an emergency services chaplain, you've had to deal with some tough situations, and we don't need to get into too much detail on that.
No, I'll be gentle.
Do I?
I'll be gentle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then tell us what you're willing to say about that. Clearly, it's got to be. I mean, I can't imagine being in your shoes and having to be there with families.
I'll give you one story. There's a family that had multiple children, and I'm where the families are, waiting. I'm watching all of the debriefings go down. I'm watching the frustration, the anger, the fear, the we want divers. Why can't you have divers? Why can't we do this? I'm witnessing all this. And I was with one family and they just arrived. They had other family there waiting till they got there. They were from out of town. And I'm down there holding the woman. I'm praying. I'm talking to her. I'm trying to bring some comfort. But I know, because I was informed, that her children are in the morgue. But I'm praying hope. I'm trying to keep hope. I'm trying to, because I can't do any other, because I can't let her know that her child is there. I can't, because we haven't done the notifications yet, because they were waiting for the DNA testing to come in to validate whose child is whose, because some of them are not recognizable. And so knowing on one hand that this is futile was very difficult. Knowing it's futile, but I cannot let them know. I'm on both sides of that fence in one smack. And, she wanted to pray for a miracle. She wanted to pray for hope. She wanted to pray for this. And I have to. But I know that her babies, I know where they are. And I can't share that information.
And that's one story of dozens of stories.
And it's hard because you see this room packed of families, and they're all trying to hold on for hope, and then they get to the point where they realize there's no hope. They were saying, just change this from a rescue to a recovery. And we have to, one thing I want to talk about that, because everybody in the community is like, when are we going to go to recovery? Why are you holding out on all this? Well, number one, they have to for a certain period of time. Number two, you have thousands of people down in those rivers walking arm in arm, basically, arms length apart, frantically looking for these victims with hope. And then there was a report of 2 girls in a tree that were found alive. Now, unfortunately, the guy that started this information was lying. There was never 2 girls found in a tree alive. And so there's a lot of misinformation that's getting in and out. And so when us first responders go from a rescue to recovery, hope is gone, it makes it harder. It's heavier. So I think on one side, they have to balance all that. But now we know that there's no hope. So we're in rescue recovery now. And I watched a meeting where we discussed everything that they're doing, what they've done, what the plans are, and where we are.
How sick do you have to be to lie about that and give people
Pretty
false
dang
hope? Yeah, that's as sick as the people that I'm going to share this website just because it makes me mad. Let me unshare that. Share this.
While you're looking for that, let me give you the updated stats if you don't.
Yes, please. I was going to ask that actually next.
What they're publicly putting out there is 84 56 adults, 28 children, 10 still unaccounted for from the camp, girls and one counselor. However, what they're not putting out there is on Facebook. We have this person that's putting off everyone saying, I'm missing this person.
Hey, Joe.
I went through this morning and I counted 89 people still missing and not accounted for, because they have photos and they say found or safe, and I counted all of them, and there are at least 84 people who are unaccounted for that were on the side of the river camping or in little cottages or Airbnbs. Unfortunately, this number should rise by another 100 people.
Yeah. So we're having a little trouble with your audio. Can you go over those numbers again, please? Your audio is like
I'm sorry.
Of a little crackly.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay. 84 confirmed deaths, 56 adults, 28 children, 10 of the campers and 1 camp counselor are still unaccounted for. That said, I counted this morning on another site where people have put pictures of their loved ones that are missing, and they're tagging found or safe. We have 89 unaccounted for people who are not a part of these numbers. This is going to rise another 100 people. We're looking at almost probably 200 deaths. 200.
Do we know how many are still
County has 7. Kendall
how
County
many are
6.
unaccounted for?
Burnett County 4.
On that?
Williamson County 2, and Tom Green County 1 on top of what we have.
So give us the unaccounted numbers again, if you could.
I have counted as of this morning 89 people who are unaccounted for. Give me a second, I'll bring it up so you can see what I'm talking about.
Does that include the ones that are in the official report of unaccounted? So how many are in the official unaccounted for? There's still like 10 campers unaccounted for that they're officially reporting, plus the 89 that you're talking about is there's your 100.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it would not surprise me if this did not go up. I'm looking for the thing. I should have screenshotted it, but I didn't. But we are, it's devastating. We've got people popping up and said, I can't find so and so. I can't find this person. They've been missing since this date, and they're not a part of these numbers. And they should be.
Yeah. So you and I have talked about the Center Point Volunteer Fire Department, how their station just got wiped out and everything except the trucks that they were in got destroyed.
Correct. It looked like somebody just walked in and they just wiped everything out like they were moving and left nothing. It was horrible.
So tell us about the actual needs for people there, because we've heard that there's plenty of food, there's plenty of clothing. What are their actual needs for first responders that are still, in this process, and have they officially transitioned to recovery, or are they still in the search? Okay.
Let me tell you about that meeting real quick. That will help answer some questions. They have officially transitioned into recovery. What does that mean? That means now they're going to go back and start at the beginning of the river, and they are going to turn over every tree, every leaf, not just cadaver dogs, but they're going to go in and start moving these piles, looking for remains. People don't understand. The first time you go through, you're looking for remains and live people. It's a quicker search. With cadaver dogs, now they're going to go through, and as they mull over these piles of debris, you have these cypress trees that it's like 15 feet tall piles of debris, 20 feet tall. So what they're doing is they will go through and they will systematically turn every pile over inside out. Once that they know that there's nobody in there, then they're going to start removing those piles. The road and crew people said that all the bridges have been scraped and stabilized except for 2. They hope to start opening them up soon. The I guess Army I can't find that thing. I'll send it to you when I find it. The Army of Engineering or whomever have come out and checked all the big bridges, all the bridges. All the main bridges in town are sustainable and solid. There was reports of Ingram Dam being gone. If that would happen, Kerrville would be gone. We have 3 dams that lead up to the one that you see at Christie's Park. That's the 3rd. We have one up about 2 or 3 miles, and we have the Ingram Dam. They are all in good condition and sustainable. So those are been fine. They held up well. And so now they're transitioning into that recovery phase. Part of the needs are this, and I need to get it to you. I need to pop it up. I'll get it to you. They are. That's what I'm looking for. Let me copy this. Part of the problem is that what's really needed are things like gift cards, things like that we can give to the first responders, that they can go get meals, that they can go get their laundry done, that they can go get new clothing, replacement boots. So gift cards are really good for both victims and first responders. Walmart gift cards is phenomenal. As far as everything else at this point, there's not much I can say to do. What really is going to happen is after first 2 or 3 days. After the first 2 or 3 weeks.
Your audio is getting really muted right now.
I'm sorry, because I've got my live going and I can't separate. Is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. And it's also StreamYard and crappy. Okay. The need is going to really be in the next couple of weeks, because once the influx of all the emergent volunteers leave, we're left with everything else to deal with. So the recommendations are, if you want to make a donation, there's that number. Do you have that number that was floating around that you can make a donation to?
Oh gosh, let me see if I can find the one for Kerr County. Is that the one you're talking about? The 8330 number,
I'm going
I
to
think.
send you this. I'm sending you this in StreamYard in a reply. There is a 501c3 that I'm affiliated with, and why can't I copy the Venmo? Let me see if I can get it. I'm going to give you a Venmo account that people can donate to. Because what happens is there's also, here's the biggest need. A lot of the people that are affected are disabled people, and they have lost their wheelchairs, their nebulizers, their CPAP machines, a lot of their medications, and they cannot get those replaced. They do not have funds to do so. I know Red Cross will help in that, but it takes a lot of time and it's a lot of red tape. So, let's see. So what's happening is that we are taking donations through this Venmo account. It is a 501c3, and it will funnel money into a way. Hold on. For them to be able to get the needs they need. Right now, I have the knowledge of 5 people who are without their wheelchairs and do not have any means to get around. I have several people that are without their medications. So that is a big need in the community. I just sent it to you. So
What is the name of this
I want to
foundation?
donate for that. And also that site is also going to be donated. Part of that money will go to the Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department. Their bunker gear is gone, all of that. Also, other volunteer fire departments are struggling to maintain some of their equipment because this is destroying the equipment. I mean, it's horrible what it's doing to their resources, and they are strictly volunteer.
Okay. I'm going to let you go back to your other stream.
I hope I answered your question. Good on
You
that.
did. You did. Do you have anything you want to wrap up with?
Huh? Yes.
You got-
Consider donating so we can get gift cards and money into the hands of the people that need it right away. But the biggest thing is, if you want anybody, I think people are always wanting to come.
Pull
Please
your
don't
microphone
right
closer.
now.
Pull your microphone closer.
Don't come to Kerrville right now. We are over inundated. There's nowhere for you to stay. We're a small community. We don't have places. If you want to donate and want to come down and help, please wait a week or two and come down and help with the efforts. And pray for us, pray for our governing bodies and the people in the incident command because we're already burnt out. We're exhausted. If all the volunteers, all of them we're just exhausted. So keep us in your prayers and donate.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us this morning, and thank you for all that you're doing and to help those that are affected by it. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you for having me. I'll have you on my channel soon. Everybody, blessings. Stay safe.
Okay. Thank you, Ada K. Thank you very much. All right, there's your update from somebody very deeply involved in the rescue and recovery efforts.
On my channel, on the YouTube, on the community tab, there is a Google Docs link there that Butterfly put together for us yesterday. We went over accredited ways to help yesterday for people who are interested in helping and for those who need recovery efforts done. And so there's a little list there. You guys can go click it, and all the links are there that we shared on the live yesterday for the Salvation Army, the Red Cross, local churches that we're taking in and handing out donations as well. And they can lead you to the distribution sites.
Right. All eyes, welcome in. Good to see you in here. I had StreamYard.
The sweetheart of the internet, All Eyes.
Yes, absolutely.
She really is.
And typos. like, I can't believe how many typos that I still do, but I have fat thumbs and a little tiny keyboard on my phone. And I have a new keyboard on my new laptop, and I swear they changed these, like the layout of the keyboard. How can it be so different from my last computer? But I go to put my fingers down and I hit the wrong one. And I'm like, how did that key hit there?
Because you got
Right?
an ergonomic one, maybe.
I don't know. It's funky. So we interrupted my little sports story, which is fine. And Kerrville is way more important, and Kerr County and all of the flooding victims. It's more than Kerr County.
More than Kerr County, exactly. There's
Yeah.
several communities and counties affected. It's I've seen this kind of stuff before, right? Live in hurricane country and everything goes underwater constantly. This is not a shock to me. I know what kind of efforts need to take place. I know how long it's going to take. And I know that once the initial round of help is gone, there's long-term effects. So there's a lot of need that will still be out there for a long time to come.
Yeah. So here's a little pet peeve thing that I want to go over first before I get back to my sports story. I got one little short one first, and maybe I won't do that. I don't know. We'll see, because we're already into this and we're already feeling a certain way about this. But
You got a pet
this,
peeve?
I do. This is prayers for Texas.store. Don't go there. Don't give them any clicks and likes, because this is not somebody that's raising money to donate to the victims. This is somebody that's profiting off of this disaster.
And it won't be the last time this happens.
No.
Unfortunately.
Stay away from websites like this. Like, I mean, I understand if you want to symbolize it with something, but there's got to be somebody else besides somebody that is literally just profiting off of this stupid stuff.
Just be careful out there, guys, wherever you go. That's why when I put out links yesterday, we made sure they were only national, like Salvation Army and the Red Cross and local churches, right? And I tried to make sure we vetted these churches and these places, and nobody was selling anything. Nobody needed you to buy something to be in on anything. Y'all use your good senses out there and do your homework.
Yeah. I'm going to play my last little sports story. Let's take a little break, and then we'll get into some serious stories about the flooding. We've got a couple of good stories, positive stories, and then we've got some serious things we need to look at too.
You're welcome, All Eyes, and thank you for sharing that link. I saw your comment yesterday, and I appreciate that. That's what we intended that little Google link sheet to get, for get information in one spot and get it out there. And there's like one of those Google sheets has over 400 mental health places to receive help in the area as well, because I'm telling y'all, the long-term PTSD is going to be there, especially for the families who've lost loved ones. But if they didn't lose a loved one, they lost their home, they lost their everything. That is devastating across the board. So there's going to be a long term. It's not going to affect everybody the same. There's different levels of it, and so the resources are out there if they're needed.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not just people who've lost a loved one. It's people who have lost property, or it's people that know somebody that lost someone, or know somebody that lost their home. I mean, I'm sitting here thousands of miles away, and it affects me. That I don't need to go get mental health therapy, I don't think yet. But even just watching that 1987 video that you played yesterday, Salty, got to me. So.
Yeah.
This is kind of my therapy, is like digging into it and getting the word out there and helping people help people. That's what this is about for me. I'm just going to take
I think that motivates most of us.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I don't want to cover this stuff to sensationalize it. and I try to make sure my thumbnails don't sensationalize things, but because they are what they are. I don't feel like they need to be sensationalized, right? That kind of turns me off. But I think a lot of us are in the same realm there.
And I know this community is. I know your
Oh,
community
I
and my
know.
community
Yeah,
are there. Absolutely.
definitely.
All right. I'm going to take a quick break from that. Look at Tyrese Halliburton. So Tyrese Halliburton is the Pacers guard that ruptured his Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, which the Pacers ended up losing to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But more bad news about that, but not surprising.
For the Pacers and have now confirmed that star point guard Tyrese Halliburton will not play at all next season. This comes as he recovers from surgery after, as you know, he tore his right Achilles during Game 7 of the NBA Finals last month. Fox 59's Alexa Ross joins us live in studio with what now this all means for the blue and gold. Alexa, fans are concerned and somewhat disappointed.
Yeah, Raphael, from the moment he went down on the court without contact in Game 7, Tyrese Halliburton's chances to play this season were slim to none. Now we move forward. We look ahead to next season as the team confirmed today. Kevin Pritchard, the president of basketball operations, saying Halliburton will miss the 2025-2026 season. Halliburton was in good spirits after his Achilles repair surgery and has been around the Ascension St. Vincent Center for summer league practices, supporting the youngest Pacers, boot, scooter, and all. Halliburton took the floor in Game 7, knowing the risks of playing on a strained calf, and he told Pritchard that he stands by that decision.
He's told me many times, this just shows you what kind of kid he is. I would do it over and over.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. So he went out in Game 7 with a strained calf muscle. So when you have a slight injury like that and you think that you can keep playing, a lot of times you will get a compensating injury. And that's exactly, or it sounds like exactly what happened here. That with his strained calf, he was walking, running, sprinting, diving, jumping differently than he normally would, which...
Don't they do that a lot in sports? They'll push through the pain. You got to go. You got this $1 million contract. You got to go. You got to play.
Well, you know what? Today's professional athletes are different, though. They will sit out games for a little tweaked something or other. It's not that. A lot of times they do, and this is proof that may not be the best decision. But a lot of times when it's a minor thing like that, like a strained calf, the trainers and the coaches will leave it up to the player to determine if they're going to go out there or not. And
yeah, because I remember there was a time in this country where they had to get out there and play regardless. This is what organized religion and organized sports. I'm like, y'all are full of yourselves, because they absolutely, you got to go out there and you play. This is why we have kids dying from heat strokes in Florida trying to play sports on a field that these adults are telling them they got to get out there and do. They made change in Florida. You got to quit putting these kids through this. They're dying on the field because some adults are on the sidelines screaming, you got to do it. And yeah, that's how it's born and bred, in my opinion. Yeah. You hurt, sit down. It's just what it is. It is what it do. Like your mama said, go rest it, baby. It'll be all right in a little while. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just being, me.
Right. And when it's a torn calf, it's not heat stroke. So if you go out there and play on it, he knew it was a risk. I don't know that he knew if he did it, he was going to rupture his Achilles, but he's got heart, and where's that one at? I want to boom. Butterfly. Kobe Bryant tore his and kept playing. Yep. That's heart, and that's competitive drive and competitive spirit. But where was that heart bred?
Put yourself out there, and even if you're injured, that's where my mind goes.
I got you.
You see what I'm saying? It's not like, right. I'm tough. I got so much heart. I'm going to go play for the people. It's not that. We were trained and conditioned most of our lives to go do it anyway. That's a good point. I hadn't thought of it in that perspective before. Oh, I do. Like Michael Jordan is famous for being competitive. Like he would on the airplane flights to and from like road games, he would play poker with his teammates, and he would
take hundreds or thousands of dollars from his teammates. He just was always, he would play golf, and he would like be betting hundreds of dollars on every hole of golf. He just had that competitive drive. But that's a good question. Where did he get that? How was that born, or how was that developed in him? And I know that his dad was very competitive too. I know
He was. My dad was a baseball coach for years and years and years. My dad did not put those kids through more than they could handle. And he would turn around and tell the other coaches real quick, like, these are children. Yeah, we want them to be competitive and play well, but they're children at the same time. I love my daddy.
I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Over.
Broke the mold on that
And
man.
if you're asking me, would I have him do it over and over? I would not. I would not. If I knew that he was going to get hurt, I would sacrifice that game because I care for the kid so much and want him to have an incredible career. I have no doubt, that being said, I have no doubt that he will be back better than ever.
Pritchard also addressed Miles Turner's departure for the Milwaukee Bucks, saying the team.
We don't need to hear about that. Okay.
Trace, me and Trace must have grew up around the same ball fields. We remember what it was like, huh, Trace? All them parents yelling at them little children.
Yeah, Trace did play high school sports. She played basketball and she ran track.
Mm-hmm.
She ran her, I think, what did you run, Trace? The 400? Is that what you told me? I tried running the mile in middle school, and that's a long ways to run.
My sister was a runner. I was not the runner. I'm like, I'm not doing that. She's like, watch me go. And she's gone. Like nobody's business. She was on the track team. I'm like, have at it, sissy. I'll sit here and watch and cheer you on.
All right. Yeah, Tiger Woods too, right? And his dad, Tiger Woods, was golfing from the time he was practically a toddler. I mean,
but that goes back to get out there and play well from the time you're a toddler. There you go. It's born and it's bred.
Yes. And you know what?
Accepted in America.
When his dad passed and he got divorced from his gorgeous wife because he was fooling around on her, he was never the same golfer again after that.
He wasn't. He wouldn't have got whacked with that golf club against his car. I'm in Florida. I know exactly what they did. I saw all the body cams. I saw what she was doing to him out there. But hey, he was never the same after that. You're right.
He was not.
Nope.
All right. So I got one more follow-up on an Indianapolis story. I told you about the shooting that happened downtown Indianapolis a couple of hours after we drove home from the Indians game. They've charged a couple of juveniles with that now. So
it reminded me of Mobile, Alabama, and then there were several more stories about other shootings that were happening. That's why I stay home on holidays like that. I'm not getting out there and venturing off into no man's land with a bunch of guns.
5 investigators still trying to figure out what led to a mass shooting downtown, not too far from where 4th of July celebrations had just wrapped up.
That shooting killed 2 teenagers and injured 5 others Saturday morning. 4 teens now face charges in the case. Officers were called to a disturbance when they heard shots fired right in the heart of downtown at Washington and Illinois streets. As we said, gunfire took the lives of 2 teens, 16-year-old Xavier Jackson and 15-year-old Azran Cole. CBS 4's Claire Curry brings us more from that night and the charges those involved now face.
Like, why are they?
People ran in fear as soon as shots rang out. This was the scene downtown.
What's crazy about that is that sounds like fireworks. Like I was downtown and I heard all kinds of those kind of noises going off that sound like guns, but it's July 4th, so you think it's fireworks. I wonder when people realized that it wasn't fireworks. I want to listen to that again, because it sounds just like fireworks, and it's July 4th. When do you realize that it's not fireworks?
This clip I saw out of another city the other night was the same scenario. It sounds like fireworks, but it's the guns popping. and you could see the guns, the way these people were pulling out their guns and just shooting to wherever. They didn't even know. I mean, the one guy's face, you can just see he's just shooting randomly. And I'm thinking, man, there's no way you could pay me to go watch a firework at this age. I've seen them all. I don't need to go out there again and see it and take a chance on that, because that would make me so mad. If I was in the middle of that and that erupted and I was fine once it was all over, now I'm trying to find who started it and did it, because now I'm mad and I don't want to be that. So I'm just going to stay home and be safe.
Right. And we went down there as a family event, like a tradition that we do, going to the baseball game, watching the fireworks show, and then going home.
Mm-hmm.
This happened like 1 o'clock-ish in the morning, a little bit after 1 in the morning. And what is it we say, Salty? Nothing good happens after midnight.
Oh gosh, no, nothing ever.
So
And even
we were
in
out
our
of there.
area, I mean, we have where they shoot the fireworks off from downtown over the bay. It's a very good area. I mean, but you draw a lot of people into those areas, and not everybody is out there just to have a good time. They're not if they're packing and waiting on somebody to jump and getting frisky out there. I just can't with all that. It's not worth it to me.
Or as soon as shots rang out. This was the scene downtown near Washington and Illinois streets just before 1:30 a.m. on July 5th.
I was heartbroken, saddened by how our city is looking, to people across the country. But more than that, the families that were affected by the violence.
Now 4 teens are being charged for illegally possessing guns that evening, with the youngest at just 13 years old.
It's ridiculous that a 13-year-old is alleged to have had a firearm. And nothing good's going to come from a kid having a gun. They're either going to hurt themselves or they're going to hurt somebody else.
One of the 4, 17-year-old Vincent.
Say that again.
Where are their parents? Who gave these children the guns? That's my bigger questions, and will always remain that way. Just another shooting. But how are these kids getting these guns? That should be the bigger question. That's the biggest question I've had in my town for years. I understand we are having shootings damn near every single day, but my question is, where are the guns coming from? How are they getting into my community? Because I know damn well you're not running around stealing guns out of all these good old boys' vehicles, because most of them are locked. And most of them don't keep the guns in the vehicle overnight in the driveway. So they weren't all coming from stolen vehicles or stolen out of vehicles. They're being funneled and filtered into your communities illegally and ending up in the hands of children. That's what we got to stop.
Yeah, and I don't want to start a gun rights debate, but just passing a law that says you can't own a gun doesn't keep people from owning guns. It just makes somebody owning a gun a criminal. Like a 13-year-old, it's already against the law for a 13-year-old to have a gun. So we have to do more than just passing laws. Is passing laws the start of it? Maybe. Enforcement of it, maybe a little more, but there have to be other options besides just having laws on the books. You can't have a gun. Because clearly that 13-year-old had a gun and may be responsible for unaliving somebody with
People
it.
walk through those laws all the time. Their laws ain't going to change. And I live in an area where you don't take the guns, right? And they use them for hunting most of the time, some for personal protection. But I don't know anybody who needs it to go gangbang on the street. I don't run with those kind of folks, but must still do the investigations and find out who's funneling all these guns into your communities. These illegal guns with the serial numbers scratched off. That's not legal under any circumstance.
Lanking Jr. is being charged as an adult due to prior convictions and faces additional charges.
In addition, some of the other individuals who are involved in this process, we're also going to be filing waivers on those individuals to waive them into adult court because, again, it's just this level of frustration that I think all of us feel when kids have these guns.
Community groups like New Boy know there is more to do than just enforcing the law. They've been a part of the conversation to make a change going forward and connect with some of these kids going down the wrong path.
I think it needs to happen sooner than later. So we see our kids lying in the middle of a street downtown with a bullet in their head, if that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is.
The prosecutor adds that not all of the parents involved have been cooperative with their office or law enforcement throughout this process.
Wait, what? All of the parents have not been cooperative with law enforcement and with the prosecutor's office in this process?
Yeah, Joe, do you think that all these parents are good, upstanding citizen parents? Because I don't.
Okay.
Not all of them. They're just some of these parents will hand their child the gun. Hell, we had a case here a year and a half ago where the mother to the grown son was texting him for 2 hours, telling him exactly where his girlfriend was, come unalive her. And he did in the Home Depot, in the local Home Depot, all the direction of his mother. And then all those text messages between him and his mama was released to the public in Florida. And it was horrendous. You would be floored at what some of these parents, so-called parents, I'm going to say it that way, are teaching their children. What's wrong with society? The parents raising the children are the problem, not the children. I mean, they're just little kids. Come on. Who do they look to raise them? And where do they learn it from?
Right.
My 13-year-old's not going to be out on the streets up to no good without me knowing about it.
I know that. Like, I know that. I don't need a news
tracking his little
report.
ass on the phone.
Yep.
Not today, Bubba. You don't act like that. I don't need one of my babies to end up on a YouTube stream. Damn.
Office or law enforcement throughout this process.
Did they know or should they have known that their child had a firearm? And if that's the case, that's very much something that the prosecutor's office and IMPD wants to look into to see if it's something that can be prosecuted.
Now, IMPD has already begun making changes since the shooting.
So we've seen recent changes in parents' legal criminal responsibility in school shootings.
And rightfully so.
Do what?
Rightfully so, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yes. No. And that's changes in law, and then that's affecting the law through prosecution. And we saw that. What was the one? Was it up in Wisconsin? Was like the first one that was huge, and then we saw one down in Atlanta too, where his dad was charged. Like his dad was charged immediately. The one down in Georgia, it wasn't Atlanta, it was like northeast of Atlanta, like a year ago.
So remember during the pandemic, we had this big woman here in Florida, Rebecca. She was going to set up our COVID website and do all the things and blah, blah, blah. Then she comes out later and says, oh, I'm going to be a whistleblower. I'm going to turn against the government in Florida. And then everybody hated her. She ends up coming to Northwest Florida to live for a while. She thinks she's under the radar until her teenage son went to my son's high school and decided to tell everybody, hey, I'm going to shoot up the school today. Luckily, kids went and told on him. And then again, she comes out and wants to make it all political. Y'all are coming at my kid. Ma'am, your child admitted what he did. Now she's gone again. Or like, bye, lady, go sit down with yourself and stay off the internet and quit raging about COVID and go take care of your child who obviously needs it. So I don't have a problem with them charging parents, because I was raised in a home with guns my entire life. But the one thing we were taught above and beyond all else was gun safety. And you never, ever point that gun at a person. Ever. You know, self-defense is different. We didn't learn that until we got old enough. But as far as touching my daddy's guns, that never crossed our minds. Never. We knew what would happen if we did.
This must be a hot topic, because we lost like 10 viewers when we started talking about gun rights and stuff.
Well, we're not talking about gun rights, though. I don't have a problem with gun rights. We have the right to bear arms in this country. That's not
shootings. Okay, I'll change that to shootings. When we started talking about this topic, like we lost like
I mean,
10
it
people.
just gun control is not the answer. We know that, so I don't even debate that anymore. It's go in and find this illegal filtration of these weapons. How hard can it be? It's called investigation. It's called
Yeah,
putting
and
people undercover, get them on the streets. Do I need to come sign up for the job?
it's a tough topic.
I don't know what's tough about it. If you're taking gun control out of the topic, you know
Well,
what
I
I'm saying?
think, I think people turn it into that topic. Like
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't, and we don't. I'm not either.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I don't touch that
No.
debate with a 10-foot pole. Because obviously, it was mental health was the problem, but we can't do nothing about that either. So we're just screwed. No, I don't accept that.
Some people should not have kids. True story.
They shouldn't.
Are some of their mobile trailer cameras already up downtown so officers can see what's going on in real time and respond before the trigger is pulled. Police add that their minor curfew will also be enforced going forward.
There are some ideas that are being brought to the table. I'm just hoping that in 3 or 4 days or 2 weeks from now, we don't forget about it. And we don't put ourselves in the same situation we were before we had a mass shooting downtown.
Reporting downtown, Claire Curry, CBS 4 News.
IMPD released a statement today calling on parents to know where their kids are at all times. That statement reads in part, law enforcement is not a substitute for active parenting.
Salty, I know you got to comment on that.
Oh, my mind wandered. I was thinking Joe's watching the damn numbers again, and he needs to stop it. I don't know why I just thought about that. Yeah. It's not a substitute for, parenting.
Yeah, laws aren't either. Laws, law enforcement, teachers, they're not substitutes
just
for
like
parents.
you don't send your kids to school to learn life. You send them to school to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. You teach them life. You teach them responsibility. You teach them morals. You teach them all the things that you should have been taught, hopefully. But if they weren't taught that, and then they go and have babies, and those babies aren't taught that, guess what's happening? Yep. That's a whole other issue.
Yep. Generational, whatever you want to call it.
Trauma. Y'all break that generational trauma. It can be done.
You're not equipped to babysit, and we will not assume that role. Police will be cracking down on the juvenile curfew enforcement from here on out.
And that went for a community.
Hold on. All right, we got the next one now. One more Indiana story. Did I promise that before the last one? We are finding out that the FBI has been knocking on doors in Flora, Indiana.
I want to be there I want to be right there by them when they're knocking on those damn doors. Because what are they asking the people, Joe, that hasn't already been asked of them, right?
Right. Are they asking, are you sure you didn't tell us something that you knew 9 years ago? Because it's been almost 9 years.
I know. Give everybody a little bit of backstory of what we're talking about, because I touched on it a little bit on my stream and no one knew what I was talking about. And so now, well, I never said the name of the case. I just said
that's right.
You had come to me about a story that we've always known about doing something about it. And then just a couple of days later, this new news popped off, and it's just,
So the Flora 4 are the 4 beautiful young African-American children that were killed in a house fire in Flora, Indiana. Flora, Indiana is a small town outside of Delphi in Carroll County. So the same law enforcement officials, the same investigators, same fire department.
When I say that, because I know that Delphi Fire Department got there before the Flora Fire Department did.
Yeah, how crazy is that?
It's just down the street, apparently.
But this was months before, and I mean just a few months before Abby and Libby were unalived.
Yes.
Just a few months before that. And there are people that, and I'm not unconvinced that they may be connected. There may be individuals who are involved in both. And I don't mean Richard Allen.
No. Flora 4 has nothing to do with Rick Allen and everything to do with the alternate suspects in Delphi case. Possibly.
But Judge Gold didn't want to hear any of those alternate suspect stories in court.
No nexus. according to her. Mm.
So all of a sudden, like about 3 or 4 days ago, when I've been ruminating on this story and researching the information that we know and what we don't know, other content creators and another reporter show up in town in Flora and start putting out stories. And I'm like, why is this going on? Well, it's because the FBI is now, I'm not going to say reopening the investigation, but like bringing it back to the surface, because it's still an open investigation.
Yeah, it was never closed. And
No.
what my big question is, why is the FBI back now? What led them back there, and what new information are they trying to get that they didn't have before?
Yeah, and I want to think that they saw my little comment that I dropped in Bob's channel a few weeks ago that said that's going to be my next story. And they saw that and they're like,
it? The FBI?
The FBI? Yeah, the FBI
Oh
is watching
God! Now the
Bob
FBI is
Motta's
watching
channel.
Bob Motta. Shit. Well, we just need to run chat it up in Bob Motta's chat. I don't like the FBI looking at me. I mean, if y'all are there, if I need y'all, otherwise don't look. I don't know if I trust all of the things, but anyway, yeah, I wonder what's brought them back, and was there anything in the Delphi case that may have triggered questions?
Right. I mean,
I don't know.
You would think that the FBI had access to all of this stuff in Delphi.
Well,
you would think so, except they were kicked off the case. The FBI
I was about to
kicked
say,
off the case.
how
Yeah.
well does the state of Indiana dance with the FBI to begin with? You know, and you go and you hear, oh, FBI is great in Delphi. We want them. We need them. They got kicked out. We need them on the case. Then you run over to the Koberger case and, oh, FBI is bad. They're horrible. They're disgusting. They do all this, da-da-da-da-da. Y'all wanted all of that done in this case in Delphi. And we're just mad that it wasn't done. I wish that it had been done. I don't care. But how well does the FBI dance with Indiana State Police? Or we do have new people, you know what I mean, that are on
in the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Exactly.
Tobe Lesenby made it clear from the beginning that Carroll County Sheriff's Office was in charge of that investigation. And then his successor, I don't even know if I want to mention his name. He got on the stand and he mentioned that thing that happened with the FBI in 2019.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
What am I?
Yeah, just a little bit. You're good now.
Better now? Here we go. We'll move the microphone closer like Ada K had to do before.
Yeah, mine's just right here at my face at all times.
Hey, Kresha, welcome in.
Hey, girl.
Welcome in. So all of a sudden the FBI, I'm not sure if literally, but I think literally shows up knocking on doors in Flora, Indiana.
That's what the report says.
That's crazy.
Going door to door. There are a lot of people who still live right there within the area, that the older neighbors that are still there. You know, their mother, she moved away a long time ago. But yeah, what are they doing? You know, and all eyes. Meow said the task force guys who shot back at Meehan after Ferenczi went down was one of the Flora investigations at some point. Yeah, that's not surprising, you know. And what the FBI just honored Ferenczi.
And wasn't he
part of the FBI task?
He was part of the FBI task force, but wasn't he also like ISP?
Terre Haute Police. I think he was.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
So he was on that. He was there, and he was also on the FBI task force that was investigating the Delphi case. One of the three.
One of the three. So one of whom is now unalived, and one who, I wonder what's happening with his criminal case.
Go check out Twitter. I would suggest maybe go to All Eyes page or R&M. You'll get some updates.
Anyway,
that's where I've been going. That's where I've been watching. I've been watching All Eyes page on Twitter.
Two of the three are not viable investigators anymore.
Yeah.
for one reason or another. All
It's
right,
just,
let's
okay, thank you, All Eyes. I figured you did. You do have the docket for me, Hen. That's great. Because I haven't looked at that case in a hot minute, and I've seen you guys talking about it, so I need to go do a little bit of checking into that for sure.
yeah. We do. We do. We need to keep it alive, and we need to keep it present. And
Okay, so my question is, if they find any new information in the Flora investigation, and they can tie it back to certain people that we are aware of, how will that come back around to Delphi? Will it even matter? Because if all these little girls need justice. I know there are people out there on the, well, Rick Allen confessed, he's found guilty. We get it. But if you didn't follow the case in depth the way we did, you would have legitimate questions too. So does it go back to, do they have the wrong guy? I don't know that yet. It feels like it. But if these cases were tied and there's the same type of people involved, that should be a big concern to the people who were working on that case and to the families.
yeah, there is a certain third-party suspect who rented a house in Flora, blocks from where that house fire took place in fall of 2016. That's all I'm going to say about that till we dive more into it. But
yeah, and the also, and you can't get around this, but the feeling has always been what happened in Flora to those little 4 African-American girls was racially motivated. And the people that may be responsible definitely had racial motives, right? And with their beliefs, I'll put it that way. So yeah, that's the whole question there the whole time. This was not an accidental house fire as it was first told that it was.
No, exactly. And they determined at first it was an accident until they went in there and actually investigated it and found traces of accelerant. Oh, gee, now we have to say that it's arson.
And we have to say the mom did it.
Therefore, yeah, right. And so that's a quadruple murder.
Yep.
Months before a double murder of young children in Carroll County. So Lindsay, I have a video queued up to play that hopefully will answer your question for the most part. It's just a brief video and we can talk about it more after that. But yeah,
yep.
Hold on. I gotta
you're so right. Corruption is everywhere. And people, in being realistic to the idea, right? No community is off limits to corruption, and that's true.
She also says that she believes it's a cult. We're supposed to talk about the Delphi case together, Kresha. Me and you and Salty should talk about that sometime.
Kresha, there's a lot of us in the Delphi community that have dove deep into this case, and we feel you, we hear you, we see you, right, All Eyes, we get it, and totally understand where you're coming from on that, because you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
All right, let's watch this video. Oh no, add the stage. There we go.
Searching for answers and a new federal effort to find them. It's been almost 9 years since 4 young girls lost their lives in a tragic house fire in Flora in Carroll County. The 4 sisters, Kiani, Kiriel, Kiara, and Kiana, were trapped inside the home that was set on fire back in November of the year 2016.
So anybody who's not familiar with rural Indiana, having 5 African-American ladies living in a rental house in a small rural town is very, very unusual. And having racist people notice it is also not unusual. So just don't think that you're seeing a story about 4 beautiful young girls. Their race is important in this story. I guarantee you their race is important in this story. And the fact that it was arson.
Girl's mother and first responders were unable to get them out of that home. Despite an ongoing push for answers, no suspects have ever been named in this case. Thanks for joining us for this half hour. I'm Rafael Sanchez. Aaliyah Blackburn will join us on the news at 5. Tonight, FBI agents have returned to Flora, revisiting the case and going door to door in hopes of getting answers. Fox 59's Eric Graves talked to some of the same neighbors that the FBI investigators did to them as well.
The town of Flora is buzzing Monday. The FBI is back here once again, knocking on doors and asking anyone if they know anything about a fire that killed 4 little girls in 2016 at the corner of Division and Columbia Street, right here behind me. It's a knock on the door not many in Flora expected. Who did you just get a visit from?
The FBI.
The news came out early Monday.
I knew there's going to be around because I heard it on Fox 59 this morning.
FBI agents in Flora knocking on doors and asking people about the
Holy cow, they are literally knocking on doors.
Yeah. Yep. I saw
What
this.
the heck is going on in Flora, Indiana 9 years later?
9 years later, and they're knocking on doors to ask, are they right? Are they knocking on the right darn doors?
And do you think if anybody really knows something and they haven't come forward yet, you're going to?
You'd be surprised.
Okay.
Okay. Because here's the thing with these 2 local missing girls, right, that we've been looking for decades. That's the thing law enforcement talks about. Usually 20 years in is when people start talking. I was scared back then. I didn't want to say things like that. They start coming forward. They start telling the information, or the people they were afraid of are no longer able to hurt them or whatever. It happens. It's recently happened in a missing persons case here locally. And you're just floored that people will not come off the information. Okay. And it's like in these certain areas around town, incident takes place. Nobody saw a thing. Nobody heard a thing. Nobody wants to be involved. 20 years later, that person's older, grew a conscience, and now it's time to talk. It happens all the time. So FBI is well aware of that, right? So this is, it's an effort at least, and you'll never know. That one knock might give you that one lead that you never had before.
That's true. How much knocking did they do in 2016?
Probably not enough. Not enough. They interviewed all the local neighbors right there. Did anybody see anything? Did you hear anything? Suspicious vehicles, suspicious people in the neighborhood, all that. Because the neighbors knew the family. The neighbors would talk about how the little girls would gather on the front porch and they would wave at people and be kind. And they were always polite and had manners. They were good kids, right? And so the neighborhood was very well aware of this family and these little girls. But this happened, hours before daylight, so nobody saw anything or heard anything that we are aware of. And if they did the lead go anywhere? Oh, I saw a dark car, but does the dark car lead go anywhere, right? That's the kind of thing. So right now, though, they may get new information, but you got to try. So I applaud their efforts, but is it too little too late? I don't know.
I guess we'll find out when we find out.
Yeah.
But let's not leave it up to just the FBI. Let's keep this story in the forefront. And that was my idea, to keep the story in the forefront. But I'm curious now. So it's one of 2 things in cases like this. And this is almost a cold case. It's 9 years old. It's almost a cold case.
And there's been a lot of us out here who have covered this case extensively. But after a while, when there's nothing, no news, mother's gone, she's not talking, there's a quiet, dead silence on this case for the last couple of years. What else could we report besides putting the story back out there, right? And
exactly, that was one of my 2 thoughts. Either we haven't had anything for a while on this, and somebody in the FBI said, okay, we need to get this back out there, and we're just going to dig this back up and and kick the dust off of it and put it back in the limelight, or they got a new tip or some new information. It's one of those 2 scenarios. Either somebody just took the initiative on their own to bring it back up, or they found some new evidence from from the release of the evidence in the Delphi case, or a tip or something like that. It's one of those two. So I'm really, really curious now.
Oh, yeah, we all are, especially if this investigation leads to certain people. It's really going to make us go, excuse us? We were right? Damn.
Yeah. Well, I sent a FOIA request to the FBI, and then I sent out 2 appeals when they denied it. But they denied it based on the fact that it is still an active, open investigation.
Okay, you didn't do a TUI report or do TUI request, because even law enforcement and attorneys have to do that to get anything out of the FBI, like, most of the time.
Okay, but the request that I made was very specific
Uh-huh.
to third-party suspects in the Delphi case, and they said the code that they cited in their response of their denial was that those third-party suspects were still in an open and active investigation. It was specific just to third-party suspects.
And I get it, and it's the FBI. They're not going to come off of anything easily, especially to you. I'm nothing, no shade toward you. I'm just saying it's really even hard for the legal system to get documents out of the FBI. So maybe they'll send it to you. Who knows?
You know what? I got that video of a body-worn cam and a Brian Koberger stop at Washington State University, and I didn't expect that. They told me it would be 9 months before I got that, and it was like a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But it was within days of that plea deal being made.
Oh, yeah.
But then they denied my next request. So
that's because I'm trying to explain to you why.
I know. I get it. I just
gag order, and it always has been. It's going to be lifted soon. There are people out there, all irritated because the gag order's not lifted yet, and there's so much BS. Y'all just be patient. It's coming.
Every damn state needs a sunshine law like Florida. I'm just
damn right. I don't complain. I just sit back and laugh. Everybody else complaining about it. It's coming. Idaho's going to lift that gag soon enough. We're going to get all the documents. Nothing to hide there. Koberger's not, innocent and signed some shit that he shouldn't have signed. No matter how you spin it.
Oh, look at this. So Lori's cases, Charles and Brandon's, we'll say that, and were both very active investigations, and they unloaded the FOIA requests in 2021.
There was never a gag order. Okay, so that and if you can do a FOIA request 50,000 times. If there's a gag order, you're not getting the information until the gag is lifted. You can do a FOIA. Now it's odd that they got something if it was an open investigation, because that's not going to happen. Usually
it was still in 2021.
Yeah.
Well, at least the 2022 case was open. At least the 2022 case, Brandon's case, was still open.
It depends on your state as well. It depends on the state. Not all states are going to have the same. All states have a sunshine law that they adopted from the Florida sunshine law. We just have the most broad sunshine law of all the states. They've only adopted it to certain extents, right? Try getting a Kentucky document right now. It's like pulling freaking teeth. It's just, it is the way it is. And I know in Florida with missing persons, I don't care if it's been 20 years, you're not getting the investigative materials from law enforcement unless you sue them to get them. Because as long as it's an open investigation, you're not getting it. Not police reports and things of that nature.
And that takes tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, to sue them for those. I mean, it is an expensive prospect.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So you remember the one in southern Indiana back after Valentine's Day, where the man, so it was right across the river from Louisville. The man unalived his wife on Valentine's Day because he found evidence that she was cheating on him. So I submitted a FOIA request on that. That was denied because it was a quote unquote active investigation.
Mm-hmm.
There was no gag order. So law enforcement agencies in Indiana and in some states in general will just deny it if it's an open active investigation.
Exactly.
Some won't.
Florida's the same way. If it's an active investigation, you're not getting it. Now, you'll get documents, but as far as police reports and investigation stuff, you're not getting that. But even all the documents are there, but it just, it depends. If there's open investigations, some FOIA requests will be denied, and that's,
Yeah,
the way it
it's
is.
jurisdiction by jurisdiction. It could be like the Carroll County Sheriff will deny it, and then the ISP will deny it, and then
Yeah.
somebody else, the town of Delphi, may not. I mean,
And because everybody's so gun shy with Delphi, we think now, oh, if we're not able to access this document, something extremely nefarious is going on here. But you got to familiarize yourself with that state and how they operate and normally would do things. Now, I see Crescia says that, and the one in Idaho for Chad and Lori are still in Idaho, nothing released. As far as what? Because all of their court documents are available to view, right? They always have been. But as far
what
as
about the investigative material?
I've
though?
never tried to FOIA request any of it, but I've read all the documents. There's so many documents over there in those two cases, but you can get all the documents from those two cases you want. But as far as investigation and all that, I've never tried to FOIA request it yet. I've never had a desire to, honestly.
I know you feel a certain way about her and him. I know that.
Well, I mean, I don't mind looking at the stuff, but there's nothing in there that I'm going to be shocked about. You know what I'm saying? I evaluate Lori and Chad way different than most people do. If I'm looking at Lori and Chad, there's very specific reasons I do it.
All I says, public access laws in Indiana don't distinguish between open and closed. What the.
She should know. I mean, she.
Yeah, no, I know she knows, and I'm saying right. Like, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
That's a crazy fact. I don't like that fact
crazy.
Of life.
Oh, goodness. I don't blame you, Crescia. I would want it all too. And that's the thing. Like I'm saying, here, as long as it's an open investigation, families aren't getting certain information. But I completely understand why you want it, and I hope you get it. Hell, if we can help in any way, let us know. We'll all submit your request for your Crescia and see what we can get.
All right, let's continue with this.
Interesting. Now she's got me thinking, because some of that would actually be really interesting to look at. Damn it, girl. Okay, I'm making a note.
All right, make a note, and we'll watch the rest of this about the FBI knocking on doors in the tiny town of Flora, Indiana.
2016 fire that killed 4 young girls. The FBI wants to know what neighbors remember and if they know anything about who could have started the fire. This is video of the flames from dash cam video obtained exclusively by Fox 59 and CBS 4. 11-year-old Kiana Davis, 9-year-old Kiara Phillips, 7-year-old Carrie L. McDonald, and 5-year-old Keone Welch died.
I'm just going to pause there for a second
to
remember these 4 beautiful little girls.
Yeah, and it makes me so mad at the same time when I vision Carter sitting there with their names on those little rocks on his stupid desk.
I'm not going down the Doug Carter rabbit hole today. I'm not going to.
Dude, it's almost a full moon, and I've been in the mood to cuss something out for 2 days. I'm like, where's Stephon Stearns? I just need to do a show on Stephon Stearns and let it roll. But I'll do it here at Delphi. No. I'll save it for the real full moon. I'll save it for a real full moon in a couple of days.
Look at, they did their hair all the same way. Like,
they were so cute, and the neighbors spoke so good of these girls. Like this one neighbor, I'll never forget his interview about how they would always be out there waving, and saying hi. And I could just imagine these cute little girls hanging out on their front porch in their community. Hi. And I'm that neighbor. Hey girls, what's up? Y'all want to have a cookie or, whatever. But it would just be something I'm used to seeing. And then to have that house burned and them gone, that would have been so emotional. I know it was for their mother and their family, but my God. And there's people who still live there who see that lot every single day and can never forget what happened.
Yeah. I hope that somebody has the courage to come forward with something that they know.
Ooh, Crescia, Question of the century: will Stearns take a plea deal now? You bet your sweet behind his attorneys are trying. I checked the docket this morning and nothing new, so.
In the fire. Months later, law enforcement deemed it an arson. Monday, we walked the streets too, talking to neighbors after they got done talking to the FBI.
They wanted to just know if I heard anything, knew anybody that might know something.
Matt Parsley spoke to 2 agents. Here they are talking on his porch. He lives just down the street from where the fire happened. The home where the girls died is now just an empty lot. It was torn down in 2023.
The only thing I saw was the emergency lights down there, and I didn't know what happened until I stopped and got gas that morning.
Kathy Clendenning says she's close friends with the girl's aunt. She still remembers the big smiles on each of their faces.
Sometimes I just think about the times that you would go past and you see the girls out there waving at the traffic.
The FBI, along with the Indiana State Police, declined interviews, instead saying the FBI is now elevating efforts and have investigators who are new to the case and looking over evidence with fresh eyes. Clendenning is hoping this could mean a break coming soon.
I feel like they may know something and they just need that one person in this community to speak out.
In small towns like Flora, they say everyone knows everyone. Folks also think someone in Flora knows who set that fire.
Oh, there's no doubt. Somebody has to.
The state fire marshal's office is...
Maybe
Okay,
the
so-
person. Yeah, go ahead.
We need to assemble the dream team. You, me, all eyes. Let's grab Kresha. Let's go grab Ange. Let's go grab Sleuthy. Let's all get down there to Flora. We know the questions to ask. I mean, I think it's like we all just want to get in there and dig in and do it because there's so much we know. That what do they know? I don't know. It's just so crazy that they're back there. You know, in the Crystal Rogers case, years went by before the FBI went and dug up, you know, driveways and looking for evidence of Crystal's disappearance and where she could possibly be. Still haven't found her, but we didn't know any of this. They found items of interest, they said last year. Now it just came out in court what they actually found, but they couldn't tie it to Crystal. But what prompts the FBI to finally come along and start doing things? And why does it take so many years to get them involved or re-involved? You know, it's sad that it takes so damn long.
Well, it sounds like, based on this report, it's just turnover within the FBI. Like whoever was in charge of this case before retired.
Yep.
And if it's anything like the Chandler case, it's the guy that's retiring picks up the file and walks past the guy that takes it over and drops it on his desk and walks out the door. That's what happened with Charles Vallow. The guy that was the case agent retired and went and dropped off the file on Detective Duncan's desk and basically said nothing to him. I mean, this is what it sounds like to me. Like FBI agents retiring, somebody new's on the case. All right, let's go down to Flora. You got me saying it now. Let's go down to Flora and knock on doors.
Yeah. And even like I was reading some stuff this morning on Missing Persons Act, and there was a reason why I was reading it, but every single month they have to review these cases. So like you're saying with the FBI being there, is it just a case turnover type thing? And we're going through the motions and then now this case has popped back up on a desk, right? Is that all there is to it? Or is there more? I feel like there's something more. Yeah, the FBI has to be invited into the cases. Some jurisdictions jump on it immediately. Idaho 4 got the FBI involved right away. They never said, leave, we don't like you, we don't like your methods, we don't like what you just told us, get out. Never happened in the Idaho case. They were welcomed with open arms and the FBI solved the Idaho 4 case. We just didn't like the way they did it. I don't care how they did it. Come do that in Delphi and do that in Flora if that's what it takes.
Right.
Just my opinion.
Yep. Whatever it takes. And they're out there knocking on doors, and that kudos for that. That's
Yeah.
I hope that they just get one nugget of information, one person that's willing to say, yeah, well, maybe I think this. Okay, let's go investigate that. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. But the FBI,
maybe they're not afraid of the person that they're going to give up information about anymore. You know,
that's a really good point. That is a really good point. As time goes on, then your fears that you may have experienced at the moment can be diluted now, and you can overcome those.
Exactly. And, you know, hopefully that will happen because somebody always knows something. And it may not register with you for many years later, or you might, you know, I watched a case just the other night where a guy covered for his best friend. Oh, yeah, his life was great. Their marriage was perfect. And then he's like, dude, I just lied for you, you know? And then 3 months later, he walks back in with his attorney and says, look, I got to tell you all the truth about my friend. You better go investigate him for his wife's disappearance because this is what he really told me. You know, so that it's real life. That's a real life case. So these things do happen. It's just hopefully that works. And I've seen a little bit of chatter about Stearns. I just got to throw this out there. Rachel, I saw what you were saying. I don't think Stearns cares about anybody but Stephon Stearns. Okay. Mommy and daddy, he doesn't care about them. He calls them old and deaf and they're little stupid poodles. But on the phone, he's crying about his candy and his coffee. You know, send me more money. He's not worried about mama and daddy and their difficulties in their finances.
To get to some other headlines too.
And that would for a community search.
To get to some other headlines too, including over.
Oh, sorry. That's just it. I don't think Stearns cares enough about his parents to make to just make that a deciding factor for his plea deal. He's got to save his soul, man. He can't die in the electric chair or whatever the hell we do to people these days. I don't even know.
I think they retired old Sparky in most states by now.
Oh, old Sparky got retired here in Florida years ago. He malfunctioned and caused some shit. So now you don't have old Sparky anymore. We do it intravenously, but I don't pay attention to all that. I just know I don't think Stearns cares about his parents at all.
One more story about flooding, and then we will get to Texas. Gosh, are we an hour and a half into this already? Holy cow.
Joe,
oh, but
my life's 4 hours or more, dude. Slow your roll. Joe's like, I'm tired. I'm tired of talking to you people. No, I'm teasing him.
All right. So Texas isn't the only state experiencing flooding right now. We have the tropical storm that's hitting the East Coast.
At least he's not sitting in the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, America, whatever, wherever I live.
The Gulf of
Florida.
There you go.
Salty's Gulf. Welcome to Salty's Gulf. The best place on earth.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go back.
Oh, I thought you were going to disagree with me.
No.
I'm just teasing. Uh-oh.
Per WTHR, an FBI spokesperson told 13 News it had opened its own investigation. Well, there was already an open investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it rewoke its investigation.
Oh, they worked alongside the Indiana State Police. Now, look, Carter's gone. We can work with the state again. Damn. No, I don't know if I believe their rhetoric, but maybe it's because Doug Carter's gone with his magic hands. He can't work his magicry anymore. I just made up a new word.
That's an interesting report.
It is. So I have I have that news affiliate on my YouTube. I'm going to have to go troll it later.
Yeah. Oh, that's why that you heard going on in the background, because I didn't remove it first. Now we can play it.
We're on the East Coast, where you've got this tropical depression, Chantal, that brought a lot of rain, bringing flooding to North Carolina. We've seen rescues there too. Look at this. That's a house I mean, that's water up to like the window of that house there. The Durham Fire Department, and you can see some of these cars here too. The Durham Fire Department says they rescued something like 80 people through boats. A lot of other people had to, self-evacuate, walk out under their own power here because of relentless rain, triggering record high flood levels nearby. North Carolina's governor says about.
Well, at least they could walk out under their power. And there were a few of those in Texas that could walk out under their power, but there were also many, many, many that couldn't because it was just an all-consuming flood wall. Boom.
When that water's rushing you, it knocks you down. When I'm telling y'all, I watched with my own eyes a full-size vehicles floating, lift up and float in the water, bobbling out there in the water. I was stunned because that's when it hit me how dangerous this was. That is a heavy, heavy couple of vehicles sitting out there. These weren't little toy cars. They were big ass vehicles in a brand new Bayliner boat. My thought was go get in the boat, right? You're in the boat. You're going to be above the water. Boat was gone. I couldn't find it. It was dark outside. But when you see that, that's when it hits you, you're in trouble. What do you do next? And then that's when I started hearing all the stories of what people were doing to save themselves. If you don't, it's flight or fight. And a lot of times that fight's going to kick in. And then when it's over, your adrenaline just crashes.
And we watched that story of that survivor on your channel yesterday, of that college age gal, 22, that survived for miles and miles in the
15
floodwaters.
miles down. Yeah. Grabbing onto whatever she could. The water is so forceful. RVs were floating by her. An RV. Come on.
Her clothes were ripped off of her body by the floodwaters.
Yeah, that water is so powerful. So powerful.
It was her fight was the only thing that kept her alive. That was an amazing story.
That and some divine intervention comes along with it, because sometimes you can do everything you're thinking the right way to get to the next level of safety. And I say next level because sometimes you got to keep going higher and higher, and you're thinking one step ahead. Where am I going to go next if this water continues to rise? What's my next move? That you have to be in that mode, or and you still may get swept away trying to get to that next spot, and that's the sad part. And this girl experienced that just seeing her dad disappear, and then her mother, and not knowing, and knowing you can't focus on that at the moment because you still got to stay alive yourself. That's difficult as hell. I can only imagine what she was going through.
I almost don't want to imagine.
That's a lot, right? You're stuck in a tree hoping to survive, and at the same time not knowing where the hell your parents are and if they're still alive. That's gut-wrenching.
120 roads in the state are shut down because of the flooding. Eric Miller with our Raleigh station WRAL has more.
We're here at the farm of 58-year-old Monica Butner. She's the healthcare worker and mother who was swept away in floodwaters late last night. Currently, a search is underway with family and friends hoping for any sign of.
I'm sorry, but this guy's voice doesn't match his face. I gotta just say that.
It does.
His voice does not match his face.
Nope.
Any sign of the woman who was just trying to get to work when this storm struck. This was a historic storm. We're talking in some areas a 500 to 1,000 year flood. There were at least 100 swiftwater rescues across North Carolina last night. That number may actually be higher. Law enforcement sources tell me they're still trying to sort through all of the 911 calls from last night to get an accurate picture of just how severe this storm was. At this point, thankfully, there's only one death, but there has been extensive property damage. That includes in Moore County, where a dam failed, shoving water into multiple homes. Just take a listen to the harrowing moments. One man tried to escape those waters with his family.
I heard a crash, and within a minute, water was in and flooded and waist high, and it pushed the refrigerator in, it pushed lots of things flooding down the hallway, and I was trying to get my wife and my father-in-law out of the rushing water. We didn't want to get trapped or pinned by anything, so it was a scary moment.
Now, in the wake of that severe flooding in Texas, there have been concerns about how warned people were. Talking with law enforcement around here, they say this storm was a bit of a surprise, but they feel they and the state and federal government did the best they could under the circumstances. For the family of Monica Butner, though, that missing woman, they say it wasn't good enough and say, quite frankly, the federal, state, and local governments did not live up to their promises.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
See, there we go. Already people talking about the state and federal government responses. In tragedies like that, you get the two opposite sides of the reactions. You get the people that want to start pointing fingers, and then you get the people that want to say, no, 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 this is a tragedy. Let's not do any Monday morning quarterbacking. That's literally been said in the Texas situation. And I'm kind of in between. I like to be critical of government responses, and we're going to talk about that in Texas here in a little bit. But we also don't want to victim blame, and I have to offer an apology and a retraction for that dad that was in Europe when his kids were in Camp Mystic. Because I said, why, I pondered, I didn't blame, but I pondered, why would you go to Europe when your kids are in camp in Texas? They had grandparents nearby. So, but even if they hadn't, it's not up to me to decide where people go when they send their kids to camp. Like, maybe if I had that much money when my kids were that age, maybe I would have gone to Europe too. I don't know.
And even if the person had skipped their trip to Europe, would they have been able to save their child?
Exactly.
No.
Exactly. Yeah. So I retract that, and I will try and be better in the future about not blaming, because families are victims too. The survivors are victims too. So I'll be more sensitive about that in the future.
Yeah, my only thing about, there's no victim blaming, but from experience, I do know there are people that won't heed the warnings. I don't care how many warnings you put out, how much you reiterate the possibility. And how do I know? Because I was one of those damn people. Became complacent. I live in hurricane country. I have my entire life. I've seen Cat 1s through 5s. I know what the water's going to do. I know how far it come up during other hurricanes. It'll never come to the house. Even though we were being told it was going to do just that. We didn't believe it because this storm surge was new to us. That wind speed, that 150 mile an hour Cat 5 bearing down on you is no longer a concern in Florida the way it was when I was a little girl, because we got better at building codes, right? You're no longer going to lose every roof in town when a Cat 5 rolls across your state. They're going to be there intact when it's over, most of them. But we underestimated the power of that water that they said was coming. And the reason it was coming and the way it was coming was because of all the conditions that played an effect in it. How long that storm was going to sit there and churn that low pressure over us and dump, astronomical amounts of rain. The wind speed alone was also going to play a part in it. The tides, when that hurricane rolled in, played a huge part in that storm surge. If it had been low tide, we wouldn't have had it as devastating. But it was devastating. And the house came down around me. And I'm 5'3", and before it was all said and done, that water was almost to my neck. And my thought kept being, where am I going to go next? The roof was next, because shit, the cars were gone, the boat was gone, everything was gone. What do you do? So, and you can't evacuate entire towns, but you need to get off the coast, get out of the low-lying areas, get out of the mobile homes, get away from the water. And I think people learned a lesson after that, right? So if there's lessons to be learned, better at predicting, better at getting the warnings out there, better at receiving the warning. And that's really all we can do. I won't blame people. There was reports coming out of Panama City when Hurricane Michael hit down there, Cat 5. There was a girl on Facebook begging for help because her and her mom were trapped in their house. And there were people coming at that girl in the comments. Well, you should have left. You said all this shit. This girl was well inland. She wasn't on the coast. A tree fell on the house. So where was she to go? To a shelter? Pack up and run out of town and get a hotel somewhere? You got to leave 3 days in advance to pull that off. Trust me. Been there, done that too. I was stuck on an interstate during Hurricane Opal, a Cat 3 hurricane barreling down on my town, and I'm stuck on the damn interstate trying to get out of there, wishing I had never left. And that's just my take on it. You know, we need to get better at predicting, better at getting warnings out, and people need to get better at listening to the warnings. And maybe this will be a lesson, and it shouldn't have happened again because it happened in 1987. And like Joe said, that was a hard video to watch, but we did it. All right, sorry, Joe. I'm going to end my rant now. It's not really a rant. It's just my thoughts on it, you know, because I've been.
We do need to get better. We have the latest update from Kerr County Sheriff. So I'm going to play that now. I had it queued up to go live, but we went past the live spot. So we're
sorry about that.
No. We're it's actually better this way because we can start where we want to start and end where we want to end.
Okay, y'all ready? Okay, thank y'all for being here again today. Larry Leith, the Kerr County Sheriff. I'm going to kind of go over some brief notes with y'all real quick, then I'm going to pass it on to the mayor. Hundreds of first responders remain along the Guadalupe River in Kerr County working to reunite families. The large search and rescue effort, including local, state, federal, and volunteer agencies, continue. As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kerr County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate.
I'm going to replay those numbers one more time, just because
this is a tragic time for us.
Writing them down.
Kind of go over some brief notes with y'all real quick, then I'm going to pass it on to the mayor. Hundreds of first responders remain along the Guadalupe River in Kerr County working to reunite families. The large search and rescue effort, including local, state, federal, and volunteer agencies, continue. As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kerr County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate without any interference. This is a tragic time for us. We're so grateful and thankful for all the resources that have been provided to us to do this job. And I can assure you we will not stop until this mission is complete. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to City Mayor.
Did you see how tired he looked? Did you see his eyes? Compare his eyes and his face and his demeanor and his energy level to a couple of days ago when they first started giving updates. Well, 3 days ago now, 4 days. I mean, I'm going to rewind that just a little bit, just so you can appreciate the toll that this has taken on this man.
You can really see it in your officials' eyes sometimes if you've got really caring officials in your community. The emergency management agency office usually kicks into full gear, right, when these things are happening. And they man those posts and they don't leave. Now, I don't know how it is there. You know, I'm not from there. I'm speaking in my own experiences. But they put in a lot of effort, even if you think they're not.
Yeah, like he literally around the clock. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah.
Your emergency response is 24/7.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kirk County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate without any interference. You know, this is a tragic time for us. We're so grateful and thankful for all the resources that have been provided to us to do this job. You know, and I can assure you we will not stop until this mission is complete. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to City Mayor.
Thank you for being here. I'm Joe Herring Jr. I'm Mayor of the City of Kerrville. I want to reassure our community and those families that the city, the county, the state, and the federal experts are working together, not separately, but as one team. If you go inside the Emergency Operations Center, you don't see silos. You see one team. I want to talk briefly about in-kind donations. The outpouring of generosity has been tremendous, and we are grateful. We are working on a new system to accept donations. And when those plans are complete, we will post them online on the city's Facebook page. We are grateful. We need a new system to handle the generosity of the world. Financial donations can still go to communityfoundation.net. That's the community foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Again, we are grateful for the generosity of the world. Over and over, I've asked you to pray. It occurred to me that I haven't asked you for what to pray specifically. Please pray for those who mourn, for those who wait, and for those who help. Now I'd like to call on Lieutenant Colonel Ben Bacon.
So of note right there is they're coming up with a new system to receive donations. So
Yeah.
I think that's a really good idea, and I can't wait to see what they come up with to make sure that these idiot freaking scammers out there, these disgusting people that scam off of this, don't have an avenue.
Yeah, that's so frowned upon in Florida. If you get caught here doing that kind of shit, or you are price gouging, people don't take kindly to it, and we're used to it. We know to watch out for the contractors. There's all kind of things Florida could teach about. When you have a large influx of donations, setting up the centers that receive the donations, a lot of them are coming in from large agencies, right? Other churches will gather items and take as well. So they need to set up centers to receive the items that are coming in. Then they got to set up distribution centers around town. And you want to strategically place those. People need to get to them. They need to be able to get to them. You know, roadways are buckled here and there, all the things, but you got to get help into the community. So they got to, you know, there may be a church parking lot that they opt to use in one community, or a grocery store parking lot in another community. And it's logistics, setting all of that up. And hopefully they can get good people in place that can really navigate that and do it in a timely fashion.
Yeah, and I think we're evolving as a society into eventually it will be almost strictly monetary donations that are accepted, because those logistics of the physical goods that are donated are so difficult to navigate if you're bringing stuff in from outside. So
But
from
with that said, that stuff is so appreciated because you can't get to the store to buy it.
absolutely,
I need
absolutely.
water,
And
I
I
need
think,
toilet paper, I need diapers, I
yes.
need wipes. The house is gone, everything's gone, but the grocery store is not open because there's no power. So
And you having a gift card in that situation isn't going to do you a bit of good.
no, and you got to be able to provide water and food for your responders and your searchers and all the things. So even though there are a lot of the places we talked about on my stream yesterday were reporting to be at capacity, that just meant what they use to store has met capacity, right? It doesn't mean the need's not still there, because that stuff's going to go quickly. You set a church parking lot up and you put everything out there, within a day it could be gone, because people need the water, they need the wipes, the diapers, and all the things. So this setting up those distribution centers and getting them out there and getting all that to the people. And because a lot of times, like I've said, after Hurricane Ivan, I literally had to drive nearly 2 hours away to find a store open, and it was a gas station, right? And we got all that we could from this damn little gas station, me and a whole line, a long line of people. And believe me, if you pass a church that's open and distributing, you're going to stop and get that water, because you know how hard it's going to be to come by if you didn't have it already, or if it got washed away in the van where all your stuff was at.
Right. And to Ada K's point that she made earlier, those initial supplies that come in, granted they're full now, but in a week they're going to be way less full, and in 2 weeks they're going to be empty. So yes, they will be depleted within a week or two.
Yeah, it's like I said, you've got to have that stuff, and sometimes there's no other way to get it.
Right, and the attention of the world is going to be turned away from this situation in 2 weeks, and you'll have
That's
a bunch
par
of
for the
depleted
course.
supplies.
Par for the course, because I'm telling you, if I get a hurricane this year, once the news goes away, it won't go away for me, but it'll go away for everybody else, and we are just used to that. Unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Yep.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Ben Baker, Lieutenant Colonel for Texas Game Wardens. I'd like to start out by thanking the mayor, sheriff, chief, our local state partners, Texas Department of Public Safety, and the many others that have responded to this tragic event. We as Texas are strong, and together we face adversity. Your Texas Game Wardens responded in the early mornings of Friday to this tragic event, along with many other local and state partners. Since the early mornings of Friday, your Texas Game Wardens have had over 300 game wardens in the area, serving the people of the state of Texas and the citizens of Kirk County. Among that, we've searched 26 river miles since the tragic event has started. We've had approximately 444 rescues, 30 recoveries. Some of our resources and assets we have dedicated to this tragic event include 2 helicopters with hoist teams, 12 drone teams, 10 K9 units, 9 swiftwater boat crews, 15 airboats, 16 UTVs, and 169 four-wheel drive vehicles. Your Texas Game Wardens will remain here and serving the community. We just ask you to continue to pray for the victims, for the families, for your first responders, for everyone involved. We'll open it up now to questions. If anybody has any.
Talk about how challenging it is with the guys in the mud, the big trees. It's been like different terrain.
No, thank you for that question. Extremely challenging. We've got, of course, your Texas Game Wardens out there your local, your state partners, Texas Task Force 1. We've got the National Forest Service out there. We've got A&M Forest Service. We've got numerous responders with specialized capabilities where we've got these large pile of debris. And with our canines and you know, when we're trying to make these recoveries, these large piles can be very obstructive. And to get deep into these piles, it's very hazardous. And those specialized teams have to go in there layer by layer because our first responders, also the safety of them is concerned. So it's extremely treacherous, time consuming, it's dirty work, it's the water's still there. So we're having to go layer by layer, peeling these off to make those recoveries.
What about mentally? Like when you guys stumble across someone who may be deceased, how do you process that?
Absolutely. We process it the best we can. We have professionals in place, our crisis intervention team. All the agencies have some members representing there, and officer wellness is a first responder wellness is a key component to these operations. So we're maintaining and monitoring our officer wellness, our first responder wellness. We're making sure they have the support. It's very tragic whenever you see human life, but to see a child and that loss of life is extremely tragic.
More rain is expected to come down west of us, and eventually it's going to get down to Guadalupe River. Is that going to put a halt to the searches? And if not, how are you going to change the trajectory of the search and rescue operations?
So with the water coming down, that is always a concern. And I'm sure you've been monitoring the last couple of days where we've had some reports of maybe some additional water coming in. Obviously, that's going to impact the search and recovery efforts. You know, us with numerous other agencies do have air capabilities, drone capabilities. We've got numerous fixed wing, rotary helicopters here. So it will alter our patrol patterns and alter our searches, but it won't deter them.
I have a question for the what specific discussions and actions were taken between the time the first flood emergency alert came in at 1:14 a.m. and then when the river first started flooding homes hours later? What were the specific actions and discussions that happened in those hours?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Absolutely. I would like to know, if you could outline, please, what the specific actions and discussions were that local officials took between 1:14 a.m., that's when the first flood emergency alert came out, and hours later when the river first started flooding. What happened in those hours?
What I can tell you, when I was first notified, it was around the 4 to 5 area. One of my sergeants was in dispatch when the first calls started coming in, the actual 911 calls come in. It was between 4 or 5 when I got notified. Okay, but prior to that, in that 3 to 4 area, my understanding is, and we're in the process of trying to put a timeline. You know, that's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's 3 priorities. That's locating the people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they?
So these are questions that we all have. This guy is asking the questions a little bit intensely, but I mean, I think we all have these questions. I'm not there in this.
I just sent you something, Joe, a link in the Discord DM. Check that out. So I noticed some chatter being said in the chat. Butterfly noticed it as well, and then she found this for me a second ago. I don't know what's going on there, guys. This, what I just sent Joe, might offer some, but we can finish watching this as well, Joe, because I'm curious as to what's actually happening.
Wow, that's from CBS.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Wow.
what I just sent you was another press conference.
Yeah.
So
Let's finish watching the one we're on, and then
Yeah,
we
that's cool.
may go take a look at that. But that's actually related to this
exactly.
to what this question is from this reporter a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he's asking it very intensely, like he's very intense with his voice. But
timeline. That's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's three priorities. That's locating the people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button. Okay. There's a lot more.
I love his response because by the time this reporter finished up his question, I was like, this guy is an idiot. Like,
well,
he's like, I think the intent of his question is there.
Yeah, I mean, he may not have landed this question very well, but I get what he's asking and why he's asking it, and I want to hear their answer to it.
Yes, was the emergency responder asleep, and could he push the button? Like, there's not a button.
The button would be okay. Use an imaginary button. It would be the go button. Who was in charge of the go button? Were they asleep?
Fine. Okay, but prior to that, in that 3 to 4 area, my understanding is, and we're in the process of trying to put a timeline. That's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's three priorities. That's locating the people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button. Okay. There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times. I can't tell you this time.
What's salty?
So search and rescue is absolutely going on regardless of what's going on behind the scenes, right? And there are certain people who take care of this stuff going on behind the scenes, separate from what search and rescue is out there doing. So there are going to be some curious questions by nature asked, right? So I don't have a problem when they're being asked questions. And I think when we see some of the other people talking, like in the other press conference, we might can understand a little more why some of these questions are being asked. We're not there. I'm not there. So there are some curious things that need to be asked that will absolutely be addressed at some point. But I don't think having a question is taken away from a search and rescue effort. That's just my opinion on that.
No,
Like,
I think
too many children died, and they died again. 1987, 10. And then this just happened again, and double the amount of kids this time.
More than double, way more.
When's the proper time to ask the questions?
Yeah, but I think there's an established history between these two, because he just said we've told you before, or we told you time and time again.
There's a dynamic at play there that
There
are
is.
unaware of.
So I dig this reporter not like giving up. Like when you start a question though, with all due respect, you're getting ready to be disrespectful.
Well,
Like,
I mean, you're being
that's like bless your heart.
respectful, but somebody's got to ask the questions at some
Yeah,
point.
they do.
What if they were never asked? We're just going to be like, okay, come tell
No.
us.
But with all due respect, is like bless his heart.
It's like bless your heart. I know.
Yep.
I can bless your heart real quick. Like I do it every day, all
When
day.
did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button. Okay. There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times. I can't tell you at this time.
You
Okay.
can't tell me if the emergency manager actually issued an emergency alert.
Okay, Sheriff, who
Shmoe,
is
just give me a second.
Emergency
Answer the question.
Operations Center? Who runs the emergency?
I'll come back to you. I'm going nowhere.
That's funny that another reporter interrupted him, like in mid-sentence. Like, is he kissing the sheriff's butt by like interrupting the question that he's uncomfortable with?
Right.
There is a dynamic here. There is the fact that another reporter is getting involved. Like, I'm into this now. I'm just into the dynamics between the sheriff and the reporters and the questions that are being asked.
Yeah, because I'm not blaming anybody for what happened. I understand natural disasters just happen. I get that probably better than anybody here. But still, it wasn't always good in Florida. We didn't always handle hurricanes as well as we do now. Didn't always. Pushback happened because we're tired of y'all killing us.
There
But
were
not being
difficult
safe.
questions asked, right? There were difficult
Right.
questions asked.
Just like with our Florida Department of Law, just like with our children and families, just like our hurricane response efforts.
Who runs the emergency operations center?
We have a communication center, a dispatch, okay? We have a communication center. That's where the calls actually go to the police department, then they're forwarded to
Right,
us.
but leading up to this, in monitoring the weather, there's, in any large city, in any state, there's an Office of Emergency Management that is monitoring the weather, that is watching and listening and getting briefings. Who was getting those briefings in this city, in this county? Who was receiving that information? And who would have ultimately made the decision to evacuate?
Right.
Hearing what was coming in from the Weather Service and other.
Okay, what we would have done when we get notified, okay, I'm gonna tell you.
You're not emergency management, though, right? The sheriff's not EOC.
No, there is no, I meant as the city. Yeah.
So we understand you have many questions. Hang on.
No, I understand, but you're not gonna answer the question because that's up to the city manager and the mayor to answer those
Correct.
questions.
We understand you have many questions.
The judge is not here.
We understand that, but right now, this team up here is focused on bringing people home.
Wow.
We
Oh my
understand that, sir.
gosh.
Y'all
Oh
are
my
sidestepping a very important question. I'm just going to say that now. Y'all be mad at me if you want. The Emergency Management Operations Center is got to form. It has got to function at its highest level. That's where all the orders come down from. It has to start there.
EOC. The EOC is at the top of the chart.
It has to start there. And if your department or if that agency has any failures, that's going to affect your entire community every single time something happens. That should bother you. And you may never think about your Emergency Management Operations Center until something happens in your town. A flood, a wildfire, a random storm out of nowhere, a tornado.
But the testiness between this, and they're talking about the city manager and the mayor are responsible. No.
Well,
Camp Mystic is located in unincorporated Kerrville. They are not in the town or the city of Kerrville.
Okay.
So don't give me this city manager crap. No,
Well-
that's deflecting. It's the county sheriff and the county emergency management director that are responsible.
What I just sent you is kind of
Yeah, but that's Austin. We're talking about Kerr County and Kerrville right
It's
now,
the-
and they're having
Okay,
a little battle.
all right.
They're having
Yeah,
a
you're
little
right.
battle between city and county.
I understand that, and I think that that's okay. I understand that.
Yeah,
That's-
we'll look at that. We may have Megan coming on. She's actually driving right now out to Kerr County to help with disaster relief. She found a place with a volunteer organization that she's actually driving to now. So we may have her up in a minute. And if we do, then we can come back to this discussion because I love it. I love the video that you sent me, and we need to look at that, and we need to finish watching the rest of this press conference. It's I don't know that I've seen one like it before, but I don't appreciate the fact that they're talking about city versus county. Oh, yep, Megan's here. Hold on. Let me get to StreamYard. Hello, Megan. How are you?
Howdy. I'm well. How are you?
We're doing good. We were just watching a very interesting press conference with the Kerr
I
County
saw
Sheriff's Office. I don't know that I've seen anything quite like it before.
Yeah. I mean, especially not in a small town, a small county like Kerr County. They probably don't have a lot of experience with press and public relations, but I'm sure they have some, but you're normally not going to get those kinds of biting questions and that kind of insistence and persistence at a press conference like this. So I have to say, I appreciate the pushback, but also they're still in rescue and recovery right now. And I really hope that people will continue to respect the fact that the answers are going to come, or, you know, the time for being really pushy about the answers is going to be soon. But as long as they're still in rescue mode, as long as it hasn't turned to strictly a recovery operation, as long as they're still telling people that we should expect to find people alive, then that's where the focus should be, in my opinion.
Right, and maybe weeks or months down the road, the questions need to be asked and answered. But I agree, this probably may be the inappropriate time for that.
Yeah, I would say, within a week or so, they're going to make the determination that it's going to become strictly recovery and not rescue and recovery. I would say when that determination gets made, that's the time to start asking harder questions.
Yeah, and we do, and obviously other reporters do have some hard questions to ask. So where are you headed now?
Firefighters are all out there holding press conferences, and they're like arguing amongst each other on these press conferences, which is only going to fuel the fire of the questions. And of course, of course, the answers will be later. And and thank you for going there, Megan. That's really good of you to go. I know where your heart's going with that, so that's what I appreciate from you.
Yeah, I am the type of person that my thoughts and prayers are with people, but man, I want to get on my feet and go to work. I can't just sit here when I'm so close by. But the thing is, there are only 3 agencies that I know of right now that are accepting volunteer workers. They're asking people to not just go and show up, because that is a lot of people's inclination. The website that I gave you, Joe, the one that's tcr.communityos.org, that's the place that you can register if you're in the area and you want to volunteer.
That's great information, Megan. We a lot of times when churches and groups want to go into hurricane areas to help like that, it's a coordinated effort, right? And you want to link up with your group, and then when you get there, they help you decide where they need you, right? Is that how it's going to work? Okay.
Yes, exactly. And there are 2 other churches that I know of. Ada K gave me the locations of those 2 churches, and I went on both of their Facebook pages and registered as a volunteer.
Awesome.
The church that I'm going to is Southern Oaks Baptist Church.
We talked about them in my live. They're doing a lot. They're at 122 Valley View in Kerrville, I believe.
Yeah.
And they took a lot of donations in, and they're trying now to organize to give out the donations because they were at capacity.
Right. So they've got a sign up Genius, and they've got 50 slots for volunteers every 2 hours.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I've just been refreshing that sign up list. And this morning at about 5 o'clock, I was able to find 2 slots together. So I'll work 2 shifts today, and it really is going to be distributing those donations to the first responders.
Do me a favor? Could you send me that link in a DM, because we have a Google Doc that my mod created for me that we shared links to the churches and to the Salvation Army and Red Cross, right? And we have those links in one little Google click, and I want to add that to that because people are sharing that, and that's another way to get that information for that church out there.
So what I have is I've got the link to their Facebook page, which is where all of their information is, and I'm just texting that to Joe.
Great, because that should be in the Google document that we have on my community tab, guys. So if you missed our live yesterday where we linked it, go to the community tab, and I posted the link to the Google document, and the link to that church is there as well.
Yeah, and if you go to their Facebook page, you have to scroll down a few posts to find the one where they're asking for help, and there's a link there where you can use the Sign Up Genius to look and see if they have shifts available.
Amazing. Great. Thank you for that information. I so appreciate it. Of course.
And I also want to say, if you're somebody who wants to go help out and you're not used to volunteering and you haven't done this type of thing before, please go in prepared, wear your work clothes, bring gloves with you, bring your own food and water, bring a little ditty bag in case you get stranded somewhere. And make sure your car's gassed up and your tires are full of air so that you don't become a burden on the community.
Exactly. That's excellent advice, Megan. I'm glad you said that because that's so important. You may not think of it as you're going in. Butterfly says mosquito spray. Exactly.
Yes.
A lot of water in the area. So expect that kind of thing, especially here in the South. But be prepared, like you said. Take the proper clothing, the proper shoes, and take things with you. That way, you don't become a burden on the community as well. That's great advice. Great.
Exactly.
And so you're on your way there now, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to be there. It usually only takes me about 45 minutes to get to Kerrville, but because of the flooding and the congestion, I'm guessing it's going to take me at least an hour.
Yeah.
So I've got another good half hour to go here. And the other thing I was going to say, I texted Joe the other link. There's another link that's a community fundraising page that the counties have banded together, the 5 most affected counties. And you can donate in one place, and they're distributing those funds as needed.
Oh, that's great. That's a great link to have, because I was wondering if because a lot of times, even here when hurricanes happen, it's and Kresha had made this comment earlier in the chat. It's the people that come together, right? Your community is your first responders, so to speak, along with actual first responders. So getting that help out there and getting resources in and volunteers in, like Megan, to go in and help it's a beautiful thing. And once you're affected by it, you so appreciate all of that help coming in. So I get chills just talking about it, because I know what this means to the community, Megan, to have people like you come in and do that are close enough that can get there, right? I think we all want to be like you right now, wish we could be there, but we can't. So thank you for going and doing this.
Yeah, of course. I hope it can, provide some relief for the people who are there, 24/7 dealing with this.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to say is we've talked about before, the Center Point Fire Department lost a lot of their equipment. So you can go to their webpage to see what you can do to help out, as well as the city of Kerrville. That's where they're going to be posting more updates about, I know they mentioned in the press conference this morning about another place for donations to go.
Yeah, Joe came up yesterday on my live and talked about that, and we shared the links there on ways to help the fire department as well. So that is great, because there's such a need there as well. So whatever, and I hope they can get the funding needed to replace a lot of the things that they lost and to rebuild, because they need that, right? You can't just go and not have your volunteer fire department there. They're such a necessary thing. So hopefully that can all get accomplished,
Right.
So, Joe, you still
I'm here. Sorry, I've actually got an HRD K9 team coming in from out of state, and they just got there and they're having trouble finding their contact. So I was helping them find their contact. They have 8 handlers, and some of the handlers have multiple HRD K9s. Do you know what an HRD K9 is?
So go ahead.
Human remains. So
human remains, yeah.
They're going to help to try and find people that didn't make it.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and dogs are so good. Where they've had volunteers like walking up and down the banks looking for people that didn't survive, dogs are going to find them where people couldn't. And
oh gosh, yes.
And the surviving families need that closure. So
yeah.
So we're trying to get that coordinated. But thank you, Megan, for jumping on. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for all the information.
Course.
Do you have anything else that you would like to share with us before you get there?
Oh, I'm mentally preparing, because I know it's going to be, people in a lot of tough situations, a lot of grieving going on. And I know Ada K was talking yesterday about assisting people with remains identification. It's a tough situation, and even people who haven't, lost family members have lost, livelihoods and properties and businesses, and it's just a really hard situation. So I'm trying to, take care of my mental health too, because I know it's going to be draining that way.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah, it will be, Megan. You're right. And it's not, we spoke about that earlier, and it's not just the ones who lost loved ones. Their whole livelihoods are gone, their homes are gone, and all it's going to be very overwhelming and emotional. So to make sure you do take care of yourself. And I think you've got the capacity to do it. I have faith in you. But yes.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're also an empath, so it's going to be absorbing. So just take care of you You take care of you, girl.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
I
Be
also
safe
just
out
want to
there.
say I'm always going to say this again, but those of you who are like me and you care about these kinds of situations, don't let it fall off your radar when the news ends. Write yourself
Mhm.
a note in a month to check in or a couple months.
Yeah.
So
Probably the mainstream media is probably going to be out of here in 2 weeks. So let's check in 2 weeks. How's that?
yeah, if that, I was going to say, that they'll probably, as soon as
next week.
efforts, as soon as efforts turn to recovery only, they'll probably be out of there. And with the floodwaters going down already, a lot of them probably have already vacated. So, which is kind of a good thing because now they're not in the way consuming resources in the town. But
Right.
it does mean that less coverage for the nation to know what's going on and for people to care.
Yeah, because once that coverage stops, it's no longer in front of them, and life is busy. And like you said,
Yeah.
they don't think about it. So check in, and we'll do our best on my channel, and I know Joe will as well, to check in and do follow-ups as necessary.
Yeah.
And I'll be driving through there, intentionally going out of my way to drive through there on my way to Sensing. So that'll be in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, let's make sure and hook up, Joe, because I'm going to make a pledge to go out there once a month for the next year and give an update.
That's amazing, Megan, because people don't get that, right? That follow-up, especially in that year.
Yeah.
Like I said, after hurricanes here, just riding through the town 6 months afterwards and still seeing piles of debris is not good for your mental health.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a long-term process, and the cleanup efforts can go on and on, especially with this much damage. And it's not just the homes that have to be cleaned up and repaired, what's left of them, it's all the debris and piles of it that wash up and stick, and you've got to clear the roadways and all the things that are involved. So it's a long process. So thank you for that. And to keep that follow up and keep it on everybody's radar like that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off and finish my drive here, and I will have a report for you guys later tonight.
You
All
be
right,
safe
perfect.
out there.
Yes, drive
Thanks, I will.
safe and be safe. And
So awesome.
yes, thank you, Megan.
Yes, thank you so much. We need more Megans in the world. I think there are a lot of us out there. It's just, you never know when something close to home is going to strike, and you can go be a part of the solution.
Yeah. And you don't always have to be there to help. I think
Right.
that's a critical matter, that even especially in today's world with social media and with the internet and with different tools that we have at our disposal, even if it's not monetary, financial.
Right.
Oh,
There's so
there's-
much we can do. Even
Hey,
like I was
Sarah.
saying, and sharing out those links of ways to help and ways to receive help. You never know who's going to see that, need it, see it on social media and share it. Share it on all your socials, because when the power's out and you can't watch the local news, or you don't have a house, or you're sleeping out in the car because the house is so devastated you can't get back in, and all the things, whatever, you may only have access to your phone. Right. And it's the local news on your phone. At that moment, you're looking at the phone. No, but social media is always there. So just share. You never know who's going to see that post and take away from something you shared.
Right. And we're seeing that traditional mainstream media they call it, there's a new term for it now called legacy media,
Yeah.
is a dying breed. I mean, they're not ever going to completely go away, but their impact and their influence relative to the other forms of media is definitely, going down in relevance. Like,
Oh yeah, kind of like when newspapers did, in the print media world, and all these, .com media sites, and now YouTube, insert social media that way. And I guess the TikTok people, whoever, whatever, but people are getting, and people grew tired of so-called mainstream media, legacy media, right? They didn't trust them anymore, and all the whatever your reasons that you don't really keep up with mainstream media, there's always that social media. And is it the new media, right? A lot of ways it is.
Yeah, it is. I got to go back and rewatch like the last minute of this this press conference. I'm gonna fire it.
I don't know what's going on between all these guys. I think there's just such a I don't think they really know where the failure was, if there was one. And
well, when I heard that second reporter jump in there and be like, "I've got my own question," before he answered the other guy's question, I was like, "Oh, he's cutting him off." No, that guy asked a very relevant and hard question too.
Yeah, and on that CBS Austin report, it's like the Austin Firefighters Association is speaking out against the chief, who said they waited too long to respond to the catastrophic floods in Kerr County. I'm like, well, why? So there's apparently an issue there. We didn't raise it, but there's apparently one there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't live there. I don't know how people are dealing with the response and who's pointing the fingers and saying what. I don't know yet. I got to look into that a little more.
Yeah,
I didn't realize all that was going on, like that.
I didn't either. And like Megan said, especially in a small town and a small community, like that's so unusual for them not to just band together and say, okay, we're all a team. We are we. There is no city. There is no county. There is no state. We're just a big team. And they actually did say that early on. But
you have a lot of eyes on this tragedy because so many people lost their lives and so many children were involved. And I wondered to myself, like he said, with the emergency management operations system, whose decision would it have been to evacuate the low-lying areas, and when does that call come in? Because that matters. We had a lot of children in a low-lying area. We have approaching storms at a very popular campground here. It's getting evacuated because we know it's going to go underwater. They may not have known that there, but they knew it was prone to do it if the conditions were right. So if it's going to save the lives of kids in the future, I'll scream it right now out of a bullhorn if I need to. That's just where, I understand all those questions, all those answers come later, but let's not forget to ask them later because we will.
Right. And part of our modern reporting culture is also, and has been for decades, who gets there first is the most important, like who can get there first. So it's kind of like you lose your awareness, or these reporters may have lost their awareness about when is the appropriate time to ask those questions. Maybe just give a couple more days until they, transition to the other phase. So Ada K told us this morning that they have officially transitioned to recovery. Megan doesn't seem to think they have yet, so I don't know what the answer is.
Well, there's no official word on that. That's why Megan feels that way. They're still taking volunteers. So Megan's approaching that.
Well, volunteers are associated with recovery too, actually more so than rescue.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I have not heard any official statements stating that it's now moved into just a recovery effort. And
we didn't hear it in this latest press conference here that we just saw. So.
No, because there's always a chance. What if you have a child who did manage to survive and they're stuck in a tree and hadn't been found yet? It could happen. But I'm just saying, I have not seen any official reports about this moved officially to just a recovery effort.
No. And it could be something that they just want to handle internally and they don't want to publicize yet, because let's keep looking. Let's keep looking.
I mean, you're just face it, the type of disaster this was, your recovery is happening immediately along with search.
Yep.
You can't, you're
yes,
always in recovery.
At some point. Exactly. They go on simultaneously, and emergency managers have a distinction that they have to make between from one to the other, but in reality, they both go on at the same time.
Exactly, and they will the entire time. We got to use common sense at some point, and they're not out there. Okay, we're calling off a live search. So what does that mean? Do we run across a live person? We're like, oh, we're done. We're on to recovery. No, it's not
No.
like that.
And you hear about miracle stories all the time, like
All
earthquakes
the
when
time.
buildings collapse on
Thank
somebody
you.
and somebody's found like a week later.
A week later.
Yeah.
A week later, still alive under the rubble. It's happened.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I've not seen any official report stating this is now a recovery effort solely. But I think we all can use common sense to tell us where we probably are in the process.
Right. And I don't need an official indication one way or the other to
No.
not also keep praying for a miracle of some kind somewhere along the way.
You never give up. Be strong enough to face reality, but never give up.
Right. All right, we're gonna watch the last couple minutes. Let's see, what do we have? 5 minutes left of this. I went back a minute because I've got to hear these questions again. So he's looking at the reporter to his right, to our left, is the one that asked him a question that irritated him.
He's like, boy, I'll take you back to the ranch and show you.
You saw that in that look? I saw that too.
Oh, yeah, that cowboy hat ain't playing. Oh, shit. The ranch is just down the road, Bubba. You know where it's at.
Manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button, okay? There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
Did it happen?
I can't tell you at this time. Okay.
Can't tell me if the
Okay, there's a little bit of Lori Daybell in that reporter because he's interrupting the answer in the middle of the answer like Lori did with Judge B. You hear that? I'm going to go back and replay that one more time. Like there's a little bit of I'm just challenging your authority or your answer right now. Not necessarily authority, but I'm challenging your answer. She did challenge Judge B's authority like 4 times, but that's a whole other issue.
Emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button, okay? There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
Did it happen?
I can't tell you at this time. Okay.
Can't tell me if
Did it happen though? Wait, that was a question I didn't catch the first time.
And I tell
Because-
y'all, look, people hate on reporters all the time, and I get it, but I love when my local reporters don't bow to the BS and they go in and they ask. I'm begging them, please go ask this question. Go ask this question. I comment on my local news all the time. Hey, go ask them this question. It's like, be a reporter. Like the Delphi attorneys say, it's time for journalists to start being journalists until they are. Okay, I added that last part in. It's like, we damned if we do, we damned if we don't. We want this, we don't want that, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
It racks my brain. I want answers, period. Sorry.
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button, okay? There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
Did it happen?
I can't tell you at this time. Okay.
Can't tell me if the emergency manager
Sheriff,
actually issued an emergency
Sheriff,
alert.
okay, Sheriff, who
Shmoe,
is
just give me a second.
Emergency
Answer the question.
Operations Center? Who
Let him
runs
answer the question.
the emergency?
I'll come back to you. I'm going nowhere.
Who runs the Emergency Operations Center?
We have a communication center, a dispatch, okay? We have a communication center. That's where the calls actually go to the police department, then they're forwarded to
Right,
us.
but leading up to this, in monitoring the weather, there's, in any large city, in any state, there's an Office of Emergency Management that is monitoring the weather, that is watching and listening and getting briefings. Who was getting those briefings in this city, in this county? Who was receiving that information? And who would have ultimately made the decision to evacuate, hearing what was coming in from the Weather Service and other people?
Okay, what we would have done when we get notified, okay, I'm gonna tell you.
You're not emergency management, though, right? The sheriff's not EOC.
No, there is no, I meant as the city. Yeah.
Wait, did he just say there is no EOC?
Yep. There is not. And then he turns around. He's going to let me get out of here and let me bring up this next guy. I'm out.
You cannot have a disaster response without an EOC.
So we wonder
Not
why
an
they're asking
effective one.
questions now. Okay.
Well, let me tell you that the people that have showed up to help that are licensed, certified people to help find the bodies, may not disagree with that assessment that there's no clearly defined EOC. Let me just put it that way. That, wow, this is a problem.
Yeah.
This is a problem, people.
So
And this has nothing to do with the warning system and with the predictive models or anything like that. Like I've been harping on for the last couple of days. This is
Exactly.
about emergency response.
So this was my question from when everybody was going on about the warnings. Were there warnings? And I'm thinking, well, from all reports I've seen, there were warnings. People have said there were warnings. I got the warning. But what did the county do to implement measures when these warnings were happening?
Do you see the patch on this guy's arm that is answering this question? He is a freaking game warden.
Uh-huh.
He is not an emergency. I mean, he is an emergency responder, but
You're right.
He's not like an emergency management official.
Right. Normally you have your emergency management operations manager, but the team that makes up the emergency management system in your county comes from all of your first responders and different people within the community, and they all sit and they should be holding annual meetings. They should be holding training sessions. They should be holding they hold these things all the time here for hurricanes, right? Response time, better ways to respond, coordinated efforts, all these. This shit had to get serious in Florida. I know a lot about an emergency management operations, and if they didn't have a system in place, what the heck were they thinking?
And so they do. Kerr County does have an emergency management director, and they have an emergency management office that is funded by county tax dollars and may get some state and or federal tax money too. But
we have a very large operations management center here. It's a center because you got to get all the people in there that are on that team when we activate this emergency response ahead of these storms. They're already out there. They're in that office is filled to capacity before that storm ever gets here. And we're relying on them to tell us what areas need to go next, where this evacuation's happening.
And you know why? Because there's an SOP and they follow the SOPs.
Yeah.
And one of those SOPs primarily is to have a central command center.
You have
EOC.
to have that.
Emergency Operations Center is critical to emergency response.
Yep.
That's FEMA 101. That's literally, I think, FEMA 101. They have classes on these, and FEMA 101 is EOC.
Shit, City Management 101. Take care of the people.
Understand you have many questions.
Right.
Hang on.
No, I understand, but you're not gonna answer the question because that's up to the city manager and the mayor to answer.
Correct. We understand you have many questions. We understand that, but right now, this team up here is focused on bringing people home. That's our focus. All those questions will be answered, but the priority right now is bringing people home.
Okay, that's playing on emotions.
Right.
Playing on emotions to change the subject, and it works, doesn't it?
Work is being done by those first responders. We're seeing them out there muddy and sweaty and grinding it out day after day. But your community is asking these questions.
And we will get answers. Right now, all of our resources are focused to recovery.
Who was in charge of the Emergency Operations Center at the time that was getting any brief?
Do we have another question?
Whoa. I'm not answering your question about who was in charge of the EOC.
Why not?
That should be a no-brainer. It was the emergency management director, whatever. I mean,
he should know the name of the person in charge of the EOC.
Unless there wasn't one.
There's not one, Joe. It's like whoever's in here today, we just coordinated effort. But that's not funny, but It's like, damn, really? And now, because you're being asked questions, let's flip it and play on the emotions of the people we're rescuing. So y'all stop asking these questions. Y'all, this is horrid that you're even bothering to ask this question at a time like this. Well, we may not be asking the question if things were done right. If you evacuated campgrounds in low-lying areas. I gotta question it. I can't help it. I'm not being critical. Maybe I am, because there were kids, and I can't with the kids' cases. Y'all know that. I don't cover many of them because that's where I'll go off about the kids.
Right. And
We
and
protect
I'm
them.
going to show you. I'm
The
going to show you.
adults protect them.
I'm going to show you something in a minute that is going to flip your lid on the camps.
Oh Jesus!
And yeah, it flipped my lid. Like I literally hyperventilated for like a minute after I
shit.
discovered this. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. We'll get there. We'll get there in a few minutes.
Joe, every time we get together, we end up doing pushback shows.
Right?
We can't help it, y'all. We are very empathetic people. We are. Joe and I are. We go hard for the victims, but we also ask a lot of darn questions.
I may go to that next because I'm getting like lightheaded just thinking about it, and I need to get it out.
Oh no!
I got to get it out.
Okay, we're here for you.
Okay. We'll finish with this nonsense that we're seeing right now. I cannot believe, and it's a game warden that's answering questions at a press conference.
Hey, do you know where else we heard of a game warden that?
Oof! Don't get me started on that. Oh damn, girl, yeah, we're gonna go down that Dan Doolin road.
Let's go to DNR agents.
I think his neck is so thick that he can't button up his top button though.
I'm gonna get you so off track. People are gonna be like, "Y'all stop it! Y'all are being mean now."
Focus on what local people can be looking for. We're looking at some erosion in roads and safety in them traveling. What can we tell people who live here right now and what they can do in their daily life? Should they worry about traveling on roads? Do we know anything about that infrastructure?
Sure, absolutely. Jonathan Lamb, Kerrville Police Department. So we know that there's substantial road damage. Some roads have been closed for safety. We've got crews out there in the county shoring them up and making sure that people can travel to and from. What we're asking for the public to do to assist us is if they believe that they have seen someone, a victim, notify emergency services. Call 911, let us know, or use our non-emergency numbers, area code 830-257-8181. Contact our dispatch team and we will send officers out there. We also ask folks to limit their travel. Our first responders have had a very difficult time getting to where they need to go because of the amount of people who are flooding our roadways. We understand there's natural curiosity. People want to come here and see the flood damage. Now is not the time for sightseeing. This operation is ongoing and continuous, and it will continue. I've got time for one more question.
Can we tell us that last live rescue on the people who are...
Last question. As far as I know, the last live rescue, unless there's new information, and I don't believe there is, was made on Friday. All right, I'm afraid that's going to have to do it for this morning.
Can someone answer if the bodies...
That's actually a pretty good question. When was the last live rescue? Was Friday. And here we are at Tuesday. So that's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 days later, 3.5 to 4 days later. That would support the conversion from rescue to recovery, just logically speaking, not necessarily officially speaking.
Exactly.
So I got to play a little short clip that is another irritation to me, but it's a minor irritation compared to the major thing that I found out this morning when I was researching for this show. So let's see, what is the next one up? Yep, this is it. All right, here we go.
The city of Kerrville is asking everyone to please let the professionals do their job.
This comes after someone's drone collided with an emergency helicopter yesterday.
Yeah, police put out that warning online just yesterday. KENS 5's Earl Stoudemire joins us live now. And Earl, how do situations like this really impact everyone there on the ground?
Good morning, guys. The city of Kerrville made this announcement Monday afternoon because it slows down emergency operations and a chance for families trying to find an answer on those still missing. So Kerrville city staff, they say that a private drone was flying in restricted airspace and collided with a helicopter involved in emergency operations for Kerr County. The helicopter was forced to make...
Okay, did you catch that? That's a private drone, so that's somebody with who knows what kind of a drone they had. There are tons of drones out there. There are cheap drones, there are expensive drones, there's middle price drones. But I have a drone pilot's license, UAS, unmanned aerial, something like that. I don't remember what it was. It was like 3 or 4 years ago when I got it. I've done some drone flights, not a ton of them, but I do know to get your drone pilot's license, you have to go through the FAA and you have to take a test. You have to pass the test. A lot of people don't do that. They just buy them like toys and then they will fly them like toys without any type of licensing. But you have to know that the FAA and federal regulations do apply to people without a drone pilot's license too. So the zone G, something like that, ceiling is 400 feet. So you can fly it up to 400 feet high, which is actually really, really high. Like when I did my flights, I did them anywhere from 100 to 200 feet high. So I was under that ceiling where I didn't need a drone pilot's license, except in restricted airspace. So restricted airspace is within so many miles of an airport, within so many miles of a public event like a football game. They will put out restricted airspaces temporarily for those type of events. Airports will have permanent restricted areas where you can't fly your drone. This type of emergency, this type of natural disaster is a restricted airspace from 0 feet up. Like you cannot fly a drone at all in these areas, and you shouldn't. And you should know that you run the risk of doing something stupid like this and your drone running into a helicopter. And to be honest, I think the person that did that is an idiot, and maybe they should do some jail time, maybe 30 days, maybe 10 days, whatever it is. But they violated federal law for sure, and they probably will do some jail time, but they're just being stupid in the first place. And sometimes play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And they're about to, if they can track down who the owner of that drone is. So they probably have to pick up the wreckage of the drone, check the serial number, track the serial number back to the store, and that person that owns that drone is probably like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I mean, if they're a responsible person and they want to minimize their sentence and their penalty, they should probably come forward and say, I was an idiot. I was flying that drone. Handcuff me, take me to jail, or, hand down my sentence. If they don't do that, if they run and hide and they try and cover it up, that's going to make it worse. So whoever you are, moron, come forward, admit to it, and get on with the consequences.
Yeah. I mean, it's these damn drones.
Well, especially in a disaster area. And I know disaster areas are a major temptation to get your drone out there and show everybody footage of the disaster. But it's more important that the helicopters can fly without risk of getting hit by a toy drone.
Most definitely, especially if they're out there searching and rescuing, right? We don't want anything to hamper those efforts. And you want eyes on what's happening, and you want it out there so people can help, but at the same time, don't hamper efforts, right? And when you're standing in your yard and everything around you is devastated, and you have a media crew ride by, that's fine. But then you got people coming and riding by with their cameras hanging out the car windows. And you're standing there going, really? is this a good picture? Me in my yard with devastation all around me. Hey, good for you. You got a good picture. It pisses you off. That kind of thing, right? Because it's just in people's natural reaction, though, is to want to go see where all this is at, but you get in the way. And then you may offend the people that have no choice but to be there. And, get out of the residential neighborhood, get out to the street, wherever, go sightsee out there or something. The people just need to scale it back, and use their common sense. But, you can't fix stupid.
No, but you can punish stupid.
You certainly can. And there needs to be, consequences for that type of stuff.
Yeah. All right.
An emergency landing, and city workers say a critical piece of response equipment is now out of service until further notice. Kerrville police and leaders have been giving out the reminder to not self-volunteer or deploy your own equipment because there's a system already in place to get things done.
We do ask folks to unless they really need to be somewhere, to please just give us room to work. This is still a very active operation. We haven't slowed down, and we're not going to. So, unless you need to be in a particular place, don't place yourself in harm's way, and just kind of give us room to work.
Flying a drone in restricted airspace can result in a fine of up to $75,000, and you can get your certificate to operate a drone revoked.
Okay, that's if you have a certificate. When you buy a toy drone, does that come with an automatic certificate? I mean, certificate isn't even a pilot's license. I have an actual drone pilot's license. So what is a certificate to operate a drone? Does that come in the box?
I don't know, probably depending on the size and the nature of the drone. There's some pretty big ones out there, pretty good capabilities. Shit, I saw one last weekend. I thought for like 2 hours, I thought it was a UFO out there. I couldn't figure out what was happening over this field. Like nothing's ever over the field except a few airplanes flying by here and there. This thing was weird. Okay. It wasn't moving. It was stationary. It would bolt across the sky and I was out there 2 hours watching that darn thing before I realized that's really a drone. And then I saw two good old boys coming from behind the house out of the woods. Like, okay, now they were out there in the field flying their drone in the dead of night, freaking me out. But yeah, there's some big ones out there.
Oh, there are, and there are some very expensive ones with high accuracy and resolution capabilities. Yeah. And I know someone that I'm not going to mention that bought a $75,000 one.
Oh gosh!
And crashed it on the first flight.
Oh, did they come with insurance? Because I'd be the one to crash that bitch. I would be like, oops.
I was like, I didn't even know you could spend $75,000 on a drone. Yep, you can.
I didn't either. It must have all kind of capabilities and can see forever.
Yeah.
At the best resolution possible. Wow.
It almost looks like a mini B-52. Like the wingspan isn't quite as broad as a B-52. It's a little, the wingtips are a little closer to the body, but it's built very much like a B-52.
Huh. That's crazy.
And yes, Butterfly, they had a drone pilot's license to fly it. They did.
Is it come in the box, your pilot license?
Mine did not.
I went to drone flying school. Did you go to drone flying school?
Online, I did. Yes, actually.
Online.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a flight simulator?
No, I didn't have one of those. No.
A control simulator? Because that's what I need to know first. I'm like, I need to get familiar with this.
Well, they have programs where you can tell it, okay, this is the pattern that I want you to fly. And in my applications, most of them are like lawnmower patterns where they fly straight east across property and then go down, 50 feet and fly straight west and go down 50 feet and fly straight east. But they also have the patterns where you can select a point and just have that drone fly around or hover over a point. You also have a follow me command where you can take your controller that has a Bluetooth connection to it, and you can be, walking or running or jogging or riding a motorcycle or a UTV, and it will follow you on your path. But
Right.
in all of those applications, you have to follow the rules. And there are rules like you can't ever fly your drone over a human being. Like if you see somebody out and about, or a group of people out and about, you are not supposed to fly your drone over those people. Like you can't go to a football stadium, or like you can't go to a high school football game and fly your drone over the crowd and circle the football fields. Moving vehicles, you're not supposed to fly your drone over moving vehicles. And you always have to have eyes on your drone. It doesn't always have to be the person with a pilot's license that has eyes on the drone. Like you can set up a series of people that you're in communication with that have eyes on the drone. So if something goes wrong, they can radio you and be like, drone down, and then you go figure out what's up. But there are lots of rules and regulations that people don't know about, and clearly here it ends up in a disaster. Well, not a disaster. It ends up in problems, a problematic situation that hampers rescue efforts. Now we're going to get into my heavy topic. We got to get there gradually. We're going to look at two different sites. First, we're going to look at the San Gabriel River, and then we're going to come back and look at Camp Mystic. Mystic Camp. It's Camp Mystic, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
So there was significant flooding on the San Gabriel River as well. And I think that's where I'm at now. Let's show it all together. So that was up north. So we're northwest of San Antonio, and Georgetown and the San Gabriel River, where the flooding occurred up there, is actually north of Austin. So I'm probably actually going to hit that area on the way out to Phoenix. Let's take that off of there and add this.
Yeah.
Sis, MacGyver. All I need is a ballpoint pen and a paper clip.
Yeah. And like with Megan going, and how I know how much that kind of stuff's appreciated. Locals are great, to come in and help, but when locals themselves are strained and devastated, they need help and can't offer as much help. And I know that Megan went through the proper channels to sign up for her volunteer, and so she was already locked in as a volunteer, right? So when she gets there, they know she's coming, and they're aware of that. And then when they do their coordinated efforts, they'll put her where they want her to be. It's not like she's going to go down there and just get out of the car and jump in somewhere. It's a coordinated effort. So like she advised earlier, don't just show up, go through the proper channels and grab the link from the Facebook page from the Southern Oaks Church and sign up. And if they do not need any more volunteers at that point, I'm pretty sure that this website would reflect that. You know what I mean?
Right. And she signed up through a local organization, through a local church.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
This church is amazing. I talked about them on my live yesterday and put out the links for them because I knew they were doing a lot of efforts. I didn't realize you could sign up there to volunteer as well. And now we know that information thanks to Megan. And that is what she did. She went through those channels and made sure she signed up and did all the proper things before she just jumped in the car and ran down there. And that's important because you need to know what to do once you get there.
And she's giving me updates. Actually, I've been
Good.
missing her text
Yeah.
messages.
And like I said, locals do so much, but when the entire town is devastated and has a lot of damage, it's hard for them to jump in and be, a total.
Well, you can only expend so much energy before you are exhausted.
Yeah.
And having
Oh,
people
yeah.
come in through proper channels, through proper local channels, like Megan did, is so important.
Well, didn't she say they were going to alternate out every so many
Yes.
hours anyway? So
Yes.
you
Right.
can't just put people on the ground and say, okay, for 24 hours you're here. No, they're rotating people in and out of what they're doing. So to get that volunteer system in place is imperative. Even to help, even if she's there to help hand out water at a distribution center, it takes manpower to do that. I'm telling you, when you ride through a distribution center, and I say ride through because they don't even want you to get out, ride through, pop that trunk. We're going to put water and ice in the trunk and you keep moving. It takes volunteers to do that.
Yeah.
A lot of volunteers.
And energy, mental energy, physical energy,
And then you got to move the
emotional
products
energy.
from, the distribution, like the church, they were to capacity. To take more donations, they got to move those to the distribution centers. It takes manpower to do that. Volunteers with trucks to do that. So there's still a huge effort needed. And so go sign up like Megan did through the proper channels if you're in the area and are able to get there to help.
Right. 100%. But don't just show up.
No, just showing up is not going to do you any good. And if you're not sure what to do, or if you're to reach out to that link, you don't want to go along, reach out to your local churches, see if anybody's offering as groups. Are they going? Because we do that here. They'll all pile into their vans, all the supplies are going, and a team will go down and they hook up with another church, right? That's already there coordinating efforts. That's how they work with each other.
The main link that is for Kerr County volunteers that is verified, and the preferred site is TCR. It's in the scroll, tcr.communityos.org. That is the preferred way to sign up to volunteer. And believe me, they are keeping track of that site. And if they are overflowing with volunteers and they don't need any more, they will say that on that site.
Yeah.
tcr.communityos.org.
Yeah. And also, to be an actual volunteer like Megan's going to do, you have to register. They know your information, because what if you get hurt while you're out there searching? So there's a lot of things that go into play. So reach out and go to the proper channels.
All right. So Megan is giving us updates on her drive up there. She says she saw a Coast Guard plane touch down in the Kerrville airport. Wow. And another Coast Guard plane in the air, or maybe it already touched down. So Coast Guard has planes out there, not just helicopters. That's pretty cool. She's driving down Highway 27, which goes along the Guadalupe River, and she's seeing a lot of the areas that are devastated along the river.
Oh, goodness.
Apache helicopters in the air. Those are pretty cool. And we know those.
Apache.
Yeah. Those are probably like National Guard, probably.
Yeah, we have a lot of Apache helicopters flying around here all the time, living next to a big old Air Force base, and helicopter fields and military helicopter fields. I see a lot of I saw the stealth bomber before they admitted they had the stealth bomber. Those Apaches are awesome.
And then she was going up north, and then she saw a bunch of emergency vehicles going south with lights and sirens. So that's interesting.
Nina, if you see Butterfly talking about the Discord, or any of me, Joe, or Butterfly, or I have a Discord. It's not a public Discord. It's just where me and my mods communicate and I drop links to different things we're doing, and Joe's in there as well because we work together a lot. So if you see a reference to sometimes it's private DMs mostly between us, but a lot of times if it's mentioned in the Discord, that's where it's at. But neither one of us have an open community Discord at this time. Maybe one day. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
A lot of headaches.
Yes, sir. I think I'm just gun shy because I managed for NFT teams for so long in Web3. And one of the things I did was run a community Discord. And I lived in that thing 24/7. It felt like it's a lot of work. But it's a great place for community to gather. I mean, there's a lot of good things about it. I just don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's like any other tool. Like, you can use it for good or you can use it for evil. And
I use it for good. I'm worried about the ones that might come in who have bad intentions. Don't come at my community, because that's when I'm gonna come back real hard.
you need a gatekeeper, and you are the gatekeeper. So it's going
Exactly.
to be really hard to get through that gate.
Yep, real hard. And I got some damn good Discord security. I know a guy. It pays to know a guy.
It does. All right. So this is my Google map, and this is going to take us up to the San Gabriel River at Georgetown first. So I'm just showing you relative to where Camp Mystic and Camp La Junta. Okay. I have trouble with that because if you're going to pronounce the J as an H, then you should pronounce the U like in Spanish too. And the U is an U. So it should be Camp La Junta, but it's right by the town of Hunt. So I think that's why they call it La Junta. Like I think that was a play on it being next to the town of Hunt, which is spelled with an H, not a J. See, anyway, that's a little side rant about if you're going to pronounce things wrong, then pronounce them way wrong, I guess. But way up here, let's measure that distance. How many miles from, let's go from Kerrville up to Georgetown is 100 miles. So we're 100 miles northeast of Kerrville and Camp Mystic. We see two rivers. So here's an apartment complex that is at the confluence of two rivers, and this is like the South Fork and the North Fork, a lot like the Guadalupe River, except this is the San Gabriel River. Boy, the text is really tiny on here. That's annoying. I'm gonna have to see if I can change that. But this area flooded too. Do I have the stream gauge pulled up? I do have the stream gauge ready to go on that. So let me show you the stream gauge from right by this area. That means I gotta remove that, add this. National Water Prediction Service. So this is something that is fairly new. National Water Prediction Service. So this is all the way down at, this is Camp Mystic down here. This is Guadalupe River stream gauges. All of these dots you see are stream gauges. So we're going to zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. And then, oh gosh, now I got to find my way back to San Gabriel River. That's not it. Oh no, I'm lost. Help me. San Gabriel River, Georgetown South.
I can't see anything to help you, and I'll send you in the wrong darn direction.
Okay, here we go. So this is the area where I was just pointing you out, where the townhomes apartments are right here. So we have this stream gauge that is the South Fork of the San Gabriel River. And here we see.
What are we looking at, Joe?
Can you not see it?
No.
Oh, StreamYard. Oh my gosh.
StreamYard.
I shouldn't have to say present and add to stage. I should just be able to say present, right?
I don't use StreamYard anymore. I haven't used it in so long. I only had to do it that one time during an emergency backup situation and almost forgot how to use it.
Well, I'm getting there pretty soon where I'm going to like figure something else out, maybe.
I don't know. I like Restream. I don't have any issues there.
Okay, so the normal depth of the South Fork of the San Gabriel River in Georgetown is 2.2 feet, right? Here is the peak from the recent flooding, July 5th at 12:30 p.m. So a little bit afternoon, 37 feet of depth. So it rose 35 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it contributed right there to this little triangle that we're going to talk about in between the two rivers. The North Fork, there's a dam up there. So the dam was at 770 or 780 feet, and then it rose to 806. So it rose 25 feet in a dam. So that's a controlled structure, a controlled outlet. And in that lake rose 27 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So we have video footage. Now I can switch back. Gosh, I hate having to hit two. Why do I have to click two buttons? StreamYard are making my life hard. All right, this is 2 minutes long. I've got to find out where I put this then. I don't know where my link is for this. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. All right. Hang with me, people. I have a tab open somewhere with this video on it. Here we go. This is right where those apartments are. I did it again, didn't I? All right, StreamYard and I are going to have a little fight here. We're gonna have to have a little talk after this is over. So what you're seeing is the flooding. What you're supposed to see is the flooding by these apartments. One more time from the top.
We have a river that's prone to flooding here during our hurricanes, and our record for that particular river, the Blackwater River, crested 25.68 feet in 1998, and that was the highest so far.
So check out where the flow of the stream is. It's down here just along the bottom of the apartments, but the actual water gets up to and maybe above the bottom of the apartments just a little bit.
Mm.
So you've got fringe waters off to the right and a little bit off to the left, but the main channel flow is down there just below the apartments. But there is fringe flooding up at the apartments, at the bottom of the apartments. And at the bottom of the bridge.
I saw a really cool time-lapse video that someone has, one of the media's outlets have.
So this is afterwards. This is the aftermath. So you can see where it got really wet below the apartments, but that's even a higher river stage than normal, and it's contained well within the banks. So I want to go look at this on Google Maps. When we're done with this, just keep in mind that water level was all the way down here at the bottom of all of these apartments and the bottom of the bridge. That's pretty cool footage. All right, StreamYard, are you and I going to cooperate? Are we going to get this right? So let's go back to Google Earth. There we go. Here we are at that footage we just saw, Two Rivers Apartments. Let's come down here to about where we saw the drone footage. It was something like this. And you can see where the normal river elevation is. And what it would take to get up there. So they show you when you have terrain turned on, they show you the elevations. So if you look, you can't see down in the lower right corner.
We can't see anything.
You can't see anything? Are you serious?
Yeah. Now we can. So pay attention to your controls. Make sure everything's good. As you have no team, we are live and we are not polished like those mainstream media characters. There are multiple producers and editing. Yeah, I always have to make sure. I'm like, my eyes are never stopping at the damn controls.
Damn it! I'm gonna have to hire somebody.
Oh no!
Like
Is it that bad?
That's like 3 times in a row, though.
Just
3
look at the
strikes, you're out.
controls. I mean, I'll remind you. I'll send you a little reminder. Check the controllers. Check your settings, dude. Unmute. Display. No, I'm teasing. I'm no better at this than Joe is, guys. I'll be talking away sometimes. They're like, we can't see the documents, Salty. You've been reading for a solid hour, and we.
So 3D buildings are supposed to be showing up right now, and they're not. So that's a Google Earth thing, but we can see those apartments relative to the channel. And so in the lower right corner, you can't see it because it's little tiny text that shows the elevation of the creek is about 660. Like the normal bed elevation is 660, and the elevation next to the apartments is 678 to 680. So that river, that branch of the San Gabriel River, the south branch, the South Fork, rose 20 feet to be able to flood right up next to those buildings. So that was 20 feet. But here's the point that I wanted to make is on Google Earth, you can go back in time. They have a little thing down in the lower left corner with the years pointed out. So they have a history of aerial photographs that they have overlaid. In 1985, it must have been some kind of an agricultural one, but we can fast forward to 2005. So that area where the apartments were built was some kind of maybe a little farmhouse, I can't tell what it was. There we go. A couple of buildings and a parking area. Looks like they have RVs stored back there. So maybe it was like a mini storage unit or a mini storage property. That was 2009, 2015. All right, those are built in 2015. So let's back up, see when they were built. 2015, 2014, 13, 12, 11. Okay, here we go. August of 2012, they were under construction, and there's a pretty much dry riverbed next to them on the south and pretty much dry riverbed to the north. But that date, 2012, is the date of the modern flood maps. So they knew darn good and well where the floodplain was in 2012.
We have a flood mitigation task force here because we are so prone to flooding. We have multiple rivers that run through the county I live in. We have a large river separating us from a neighboring county. Because these things happen, they began to develop ways to combat it and get better at it, and organizing how all this is going to work. And so I don't know, they need to take a harder look at things like that, because I'm thinking there may be questions in place as to with the response. I don't know that the response failure here, if there was one, was government cuts and they just didn't get a warning out because they fired a bunch of people? Or was it on a community level from the Emergency Management Operations Division? They got the warnings, apparently. What did they do with them once they got them? They will always, so hopefully they can learn from any mistakes and do better in the future at combating and getting information and preparing all that.
Yeah, and they've been working on it, and they've made big strides in improving it, especially over the last 25 to 30 years. So I want to show you the flood map of this site, the federal insurance rate map, which means I have to cooperate with StreamYard again, or StreamYard has to cooperate with me. Let's try this. What happened? Share screen. Share. Add to stage. Oh, I got it. That's not what I wanted to see, though. StreamYard. Here we go. Have to do 2 clicks. I didn't used to have to do that with StreamYard. Now I do. So here is that property that's between the South Fork and the North Fork of the San Gabriel River. And we can see that it's all in the orange area. So you can see that that zone goes right up to the buildings. So they literally had to get permission from the local agency, from the local flood plain manager, which is probably City of Georgetown has a floodplain manager probably. And they have that 100-year flood way right up against those buildings. That's crazy to me, but it is what it is. The orange area, let's look at the legend. Do we have a legend? We don't have a legend, but I think that's the 2% annual chance, which is like or 0.2% annual chance, which is like the 500-year floodplain, supposedly. But this is relevant because let's go to Hunt, Texas. This is where we looked at Camp Mystic the other day. Zoom out a little bit. Come down here to where Camp Mystic is. Here we go. So we see there are several cabins that are near the creek or on the creek, and some of them in the 100-year floodplain. And we know from anecdotal evidence that the flood came up almost to this main building right up here. So let's look at that on Google Earth like we're looking at it on the floodplain website. All right, so we're going to zoom out from Georgetown. We're going to zoom in to Camp Mystic. So, wait, where'd those cabins go? Look at my timeline up in the top left corner. This is.
If we could see it.
You can't see. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a setting that got changed in StreamYard or something. there has got to be a setting that got changed. How about that? Can you see that now?
Yeah.
All right. So these are the cabins, several of which got swept away, and the waters went up here to this area right in front of the building. So you can see there's like a retaining wall in front of the building. They probably had to go to the local agency to get a building permit for that. But I've always assumed that these cabins were grandfathered in, right? Like they were built in the 50s or 60s. Like this camp is 100 years old next year. So it was built in 1926. So the cabins were built, what, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s? Somewhere along the way, they got grandfathered in per the new flood maps. They didn't have to conform with those.
That may be on a building code, but they still should be a part of the evacuation zone.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
a different thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So if you know and are aware of areas that are at risk for flooding, should you not have some type of a warning evacuation system set up for those low-lying areas?
That's what I'm saying. We have those kind of things in place here for campgrounds on the water. It's mind-boggling to me that there's not that there if that doesn't exist. Whose call was it to go and evacuate the campgrounds? Trust me, I know it's going to mess up your entire vacation, but it happens here on the Gulf Coast all the time when people are out there on Fort Pickens. We can't leave you out there during a storm. You're going to panic when the water becomes part of the island and the road out is buckled now. Then we got to go through all kinds of stuff just to get out there to get the people. So then it's better to get them off the island pre-storm. Not even for just a hurricane. I'm talking a bad system. We get storms come out of Texas all the time, roll across Texas, roll through Louisiana, through Mississippi, Alabama, and they hit me. And I can watch the pattern for 2 days. It's coming from Texas. Here it comes. Here it comes. Even if we get rains like that, they have to evacuate the island if they think we're going to get a certain amount of rainfall. It factors into it. The amount of rainfall you anticipate coming down is going to tell you whether or not your rivers are going to leave their banks or not. It's not rocket science. Shouldn't be.
Well, there are some
meteorology shit.
Yeah, well, there are some unknowns with the predictive models, right? I mean, you know that because you see
Yes,
the
I
cone
do.
of uncertainty about is the
Cone of
hurricane
uncertainty. Stare at
Yes.
spaghetti models. Stare
Yes.
at spaghetti models, and you'll get the cone of uncertainty.
Right, but at some point in time, the level of risk becomes enough that people should be evacuating. Like,
Well, they
what is
got
that
to
level of
count the
risk?
amount of rainfall they're predicting, because that
Right.
the rivers can't swell without rainfall. So how much rain are we anticipating here? Is that enough to make this river leave its bank? How much rainfall have we had in the past? How quickly will it soak up? If the rivers are already inundated, it's like here, if we've had a lot of rain, you can't even go fishing because guess what's happening? The rivers are all full and they're muddy. And we have to wait for the river to go back down so we can get out there and go fishing. And that's just at a normal any given time in Florida. So
is it-
were they already at a heavier state? You know what I mean? Were they already higher than normal levels? I don't know any of that stuff yet. And you have to factor that in. What's my river sitting at right now as far as the stage level? How much rain I got coming in? There's a lot. I guess I've done this for too long, so I know there's certain things that need to be addressed there, and they need to get to it at some point.
Well, let's talk about that for just a second. Since you're on that, that means I'm going to have to remove this and add my other one back in.
Well, make him work. I'm making him work.
Yes,
You control
you are.
that stuff there, Joe Schmoe. Control it. Own it.
Flood map service center. No, we don't want that. We want the National Water Prediction page. I have to flip back and add
our
it to the stage.
flood maps have evolved over time, right?
Oh, greatly. Yeah. So
do.
they had some that they did in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came back and they redid them around 2010, plus and minus a couple of years. But these dots are the stream gauges, stream and river gauge. They're called stream gauges, but they are stream and river gauges.
Yeah.
So here's the area where we're talking about. This is Kerrville here. Here's Camp Hunta, and here's upstream up the North Fork. But you notice there are no stream gauges down the South Fork. None. Zero, zip, zilch.
That's crazy.
None. And
You
there
can
are
ride
no
up and down some of these rivers here. No, this is no joke. And there are old, I mean, we're talking old beams or even wood sticking up out of the river, right? And you can tell where all the old timers have gone in, and you can see different marks on these different things out in the river. That's how the old timers are gauging the river in the flood stage. They're not relying on a weatherman in a cute little office to come tell them at night. They already know because they're watching that river. My daddy can do it. He can go out there and tell you that river's going to swell in 3 days. It's going to do it. And he's right every single time. Why? Because he knows these rivers like the back of his hand.
Right. But if you do count on something like the National Weather Service,
exactly,
NOAA, USGS, then they better, and they're doing it electronically remotely, then they better have a few more than.
And yeah,
they don't have that. They don't have the people out there to check this.
Right. And what is the
mud.
population like, Joe? They're like, so it over time, people are building now further out into the rural areas, taking over those little, building new communities. Oh, look, there's a river. Let's go build on the river. That's when the government has to say, well, hold on, you got to have flood insurance. And so now the people who were grandfathered in, like Joe was talking about from many years ago, were never required to carry it until Florida tried to educate them. And then Florida had to implement incentives to get flood insurance because insurance companies went unchecked for so long and rates were through the roof, or you couldn't afford it unless you were rich. Just because you have a property along the water don't mean you're rich, right? To where you could afford that proper insurance. So there was a lot of things, but even being grandfathered in, people who move up, the people who come into the new communities that are built and they're moving onto the river have no clue about these rivers, like my daddy does. Like Joe's saying, they rely on the reports from the Weather Service and that guy on the Weather Channel every night.
And predictions and alerts on your phone. And Rachel makes a good point here. The predicted 6 to 8 inches of rain, and Ada K mentioned this earlier. You don't think anything about 6 to 8 inches of rain, and so then it's also a combined effort of a warning system, because they did issue a warning, not a watch. They issued a watch the day before, but they issued a warning at 1 a.m., which would have and could have been time enough to get those girls at that camp to higher ground. Why wasn't it effective enough to get them out of those cabins that were at risk and to higher ground?
When we get thunderstorm warnings around here, they'll tell us we're at a level 1, level 2, level 3. My son will be messaging me, we're at level 3. I'm like, yeah, but it never quite gets that bad. And it usually doesn't, but prepare in case it does, right? We'll get these flash flood alerts because we have so many little creeks and we have rivers here, creeks, we got it all. The other day, it came a good storm here for a whole day, and it was all flooded back through these backwoods, right? All the little roads, all the little bridges, everything. Me and my son went down there and we looked around, and we were like, damn, that's some flooding off of a thunderstorm, right? So getting it, I don't know. There's got to be a better way, especially to get these low-lying areas first and get them off the river. So I haven't seen any official reports. I haven't went and looked about how much rainfall they were predicting in the area ahead of this catastrophe event, right? So Rachel says that they were predicting 6 to 8 inches of rain, and that's what you said. Ada K had also said. So yes. I don't know if that's enough to warrant flood levels of that river. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't take much for some of these rivers, and sometimes it takes a lot. It depends. I don't know the area enough to say anything about that.
Right. So what I have to say about that is the 6 to 8 inches doesn't give local residents pause, but the National Weather Service did issue a warning, not a watch, a warning at 1 a.m. And the fact that that wasn't transmitted to more people that were in danger and at risk is maybe a problem we can concentrate on fixing in the future. Like some people have mentioned tornado type warning sirens. I'm looking at this map right here because I think probably more stream gauges could help be more predictive of disastrous type events. Like we're looking at some areas. Well, we're looking at an area that just produced 90,000 cubic feet per second of water through this stream channel right here, but there are no gauges to tell anybody that in advance.
And they would know that it's flooding up there. It's the river's rising up there. Get everybody to safety. Let's implement some action. So, like I said, though, I don't know right now if the communication breakdown came from the National Weather Service, or did they actually transmit the information to the local officials there, and that's where the breakdown came. I don't know, because I keep seeing conflicting reports. I've seen people show me I got a warning, but like I've said, people may not always heed the warning either, so it's a double-edged sword here.
Right. No, so maybe one of the things that we can improve upon in the future is education.
No, exactly.
And telling people, we may give you a warning that doesn't manifest itself into a threat to you 9 times out of 10, but that 10th time that you're warned and you don't move could cost you your life. Like that would be my education.
It happened. Look, we go through this every year in hurricane season. The amount of people who just don't, it's not that they don't want to listen, right? They become complacent. They're gauging it on what the last hurricane did. And we have to get away from that because they're all different. Conditions are different. Factors are different. There's so many different factors that go into what these storms will do once they arrive. And if a low pressure is sitting over you and spinning, you're about to get inundated with a bunch of tropical type rain. That's a low pressure system. And there was a low pressure that stalled out over this community. When it stalled, I think that became the problem, because then the rain, it didn't keep moving. It continued to drop the rain, which increased the rainfall level. So I don't know. I haven't studied that part of it yet enough, because that part's always fascinating to me because of hurricanes, right?
Right. Rachel makes a good point, because Texas Hill Country, which is where this happened, is different than mostly flat Florida, where in Florida you have pretty good cell coverage throughout most of the state, and this is a really
look,
crappy cell coverage area.
I live in a rural area full of flat land, but I'm telling you, we have the same issues that every small town in America has with cell service. It's not just related to hills and valleys and mountains. It's right here in flat land. I'm telling you, I can drive 15 miles between me and town. When I get down that highway, I know exactly where I'm going to lose my cell service at. I know how long it's going to be out and when it's going to come back to me. And I know if I go the other direction toward the other tiny town, I'm going to get down there and I'm going to be without service, especially to this one area that I go to. Either it's down the highway, just down the road to all of the little places on the river down here. If I get off the highway and go down there, I don't have service anymore. So it's a problem in all rural counties, not just
So emergency managers shouldn't just rely on an alert, a cell signal alert that goes out. There should be other types of notifications and warnings that go out.
Yes. And it can be implemented nationwide in all kinds of rural settings. Rural is rural. I don't care what part of the country you're in. Rural
you're right. You're right.
I mean, I got decent internet here at the house. Sometimes I receive that swamp signal, but most of the time it's good. Most of the time we're good, but I know that 5 minutes from the house, it may not be.
So I'm going to show you something that blew my mind this morning on Google Earth. And this goes back to the flood maps and flood mapping and knowing areas that are in a high risk flooding area and having to get permits to build in those areas after a certain period of time, like especially after the flood maps came out in the 80s, and then after the flood maps were updated, after 2010.
Yeah.
You should be going to your city manager or county
Mm-hmm.
building permit inspector, and they should be looking at those floodplain maps. And if you're close to it, you should have to have a licensed professional like a land surveyor come out and certify whether or not your land is above or below the floodplain elevation to be able to build there.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of buildings that were built prior to that got grandfathered in. So that's honestly what I thought was going on with these cabins.
Yeah, there are places here, you're required to build your home on stilts now where you weren't required to before Hurricane Ivan. Hurricane Ivan implemented more Hurricane Andrew just broke the bank on us putting in these strict building codes. And then Hurricane Ivan implemented even more. You go down the old road I used to live on that runs up down the whole entire bay overlooking Pensacola Beach. Every house on that road was damn near destroyed. All the ones that have rebuilt are now up on stilts. That's the requirement now. And that's because that's for their own safety, right? And for their homes to be hopefully saved if they are determined to live on the water. I personally love living on the water. I wish I still did, but no thank you. Not that's my actual home. Or if I could be rich enough to have a home away from home, I'd have a home on the coast again. But it's not worth it. It was too much.
So we're going back in time to take a look at this area of Camp Mystic that eventually became the site of the cabins, and up here, the site of the bigger building. I'm not sure what that building was. I think Ada K may have said what it is, but I don't remember what it was. It's not important at this point. So here we have aerial photographs going up to 2005. Still no cabins, still no building. 2008, no cabins, no building. And this is well past the point of having modernized flood maps.
Right.
2012, no cabins, no building. 2013, no cabins, no building. 2014, no cabins, no building. 2016, here we go. Construction starts in December of 2018 on this building up here, and then something else that's down here. Maybe they're like filling in some dirt down here. Maybe they're taking some dirt from the top of the hill to build this building, and they're moving it down here. That's probably what's going on, moving of earthwork. But still, 2018, same site. January of 2019. That's when the construction of the building pads begins for the cabins. And I want to know, and believe me, I'm going to be investigating what government agency approved these building pads for these cabins in the floodplain. Because I guarantee you, these are the cabins. These cabins and these cabins are the ones that got wiped out. And they were absolutely 100% in the floodplain in a modern floodplain map. How did they do that? Why did they do that? Who approved it? Who requested it? Who certified it? Did anybody certify it?
Well, obviously they did.
No, not obviously. I don't.
No, I mean, so somebody approved the buildings.
The top building, yes. Did they get a building permit for that building at the top of the hill, and then they just erected these cabins?
Well, I tell you what, if I'm a parent of one of these children and they didn't have a building permit to build these cabins,
yes, ma'am.
I got a huge issue right now.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
and if they did get a building permit, I have an issue with a different person now, or a different agency.
Yeah, and then
one
that
way or
goes
the
back
other.
Right, and that goes into their what building codes they enforce there and don't, and how they decide on that. And then if they did go through all the right channels and got all this approved, who wasn't watching the river to evacuate when necessary?
If they got it approved, they got it approved in a floodplain based on somebody's certification. That person is liable. If they didn't get a certification, then whoever built in the floodplain without a certification is liable. If the agency approved it without a certification to build in a floodplain, that agency is liable. I mean, that somebody needs to be held accountable for this. That's where I'm going, and that's what blew my mind, because these were not built until 2019. People, 2019. They weren't built in 1919 or 1959 or even 1979. They were built in 2019, 6 years ago.
So would it be time to ask the county what the codes are there and how this was allowed, if allowed, and if it was? We have, like I've said, we do have. You will have things in low-lying areas and in floodplains and in flood zones. It's getting the people out of the flood zones when necessary and when you need to. Is that, if there's things done here illegally or things built where they shouldn't have been, that's an absolute huge problem. Maybe they should have thought twice before approving permits if they did approve them. Why would they approve them if there weren't safety plans in place for a facility like this to evacuate?
The building permit. The building permit in a floodplain is not a local or a county issue. That's a federal issue. You cannot build in a 100-year floodplain per federal standards. And
then somebody sidestepped that whole process then.
Yep.
So somebody's at fault, still, either way you look at it.
Yep. And so I'm compartmentalizing it in my brain because that's the way my brain works. So there's this issue that why in the hell were they building cabins in the floodplain in 2019 when we have maps and we have standards, we have this is modern times. This isn't 1959. So that's my compartmentalization of that. Then we have the whole warning, detection, and all of that about why weren't they recognized? Why wasn't it recognized that they were in a floodplain? Maybe that ties to question A. Why weren't they recognized as being in danger? Because maybe they built these under, off the record, off the books. Maybe people who should have been warning them weren't warning them because they didn't know there were cabins in the floodplain. I doubt it.
I doubt that because this cabin,
there were lots of
this camp's been there for a really long time. People were very aware of this camp, So
exactly, and it's not the only place that people were in danger. There are RV camps.
Exactly.
There are a whole bunch of other areas that got wiped out, and people
right, and that's what I'm saying. We
died.
have when you come to Florida, you're going to be in a floodplain. You go to the beach. Guess what? You're standing in a floodplain. But it's up to you to know to get out. It's up to the warrant officials to warn you it's time to get out. So who was not warning this facility? Or was someone at the facility should have been more engaged with the weather? I don't know what the answers are yet, but it's worth looking at as a whole. And I'm sure this camp is reliving what could have been, right? What could we have done differently? All that's going to be there. I mean, if I was a member or an owner or anything to do with that, that's going to come across my mind at some point when I'm sitting out there alone thinking and processing all this. What could we have done differently? That's human nature. And so I think they're going to start questioning things as well. Some may and some may not. Depends on the person, I guess.
It just that took my breath this morning when I saw that, knowing that they were built within the last 6 years, not 60 years. Just the total reckless disregard for A, common sense, and B, laws, standards, standard engineering practices, standard development and building practices. Totally disregarded.
Right. Well, are things being run properly? We may have issues within the emergency management operations center as well.
Yeah.
What's going on down there in the hill country? Somebody eating good? Somebody eating good while the people suffer? Is that what we're doing?
Hawkeyes, yes. One of the owners of the camp was an elderly gentleman, and he was spoken of very fondly.
Uh-huh.
Everybody that
saw
knew
that.
him that said, and his motto was, "Love isn't love until you give it away."
Mm-hmm.
But so I would assume that it was somebody a little bit younger, or maybe a co-owner of the property that made the decision to put those cabins in the floodplain.
I don't even know if there's a person there to blame, right? I mean, I don't know that yet.
No, somebody made the decision, whether it was an architect or engineer who was working with the owners of the camp to
I
build
understand
those
that.
cabins in the floodplain and put those campers at risk. Somebody
And the
made that
county
decision.
allowed it then. Then the
Yes,
county allowed it. And
exactly.
if they didn't go through the proper channels and get the proper, somebody in the damn county is aware that was built without a permit, especially the person at the permit office.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could go a lot deeper than that if we're going to, do that. I don't know that they were built illegally, to even start with. There's a problem, obviously, with them being built that close to the water, but we have cabins and creeks cabins you can come rent all day long on the creek. But if you're here for a week and you get 2 to 3 days of a lot of rain, you might need to leave. And it's up to the people who own the facilities to help get that information to you and keep you weather aware, right?
Yep.
Just down the road from me is a whole place you can go online and get yourself a beautiful cabin on beautiful Coldwater Creek. It's beautiful down there, but it can be a very dangerous place when it wants to be. Mother water, I respect that shit like nobody's business. Me and water have a clear understanding. I don't test you, and you won't need to test me. I learned my lesson with you. It's a force to be reckoned with for sure. And I just see it from all angles. I know there are people failures. There's local response failures that could happen, warnings failures that could happen. It runs the gamut because I've seen it all happen here in Florida until we got better at it.
Well, and I think we can get better at this. I'm just going to say that. I think we can get better at not losing children's lives.
Yeah, it's not worth it. I mean,
there
once you know that happened in 87, then here it happened again, and now we're questioning why. Did it happen again? Was it this, or this, or was it all of it combined? Maybe it was a little bit of all of it combined, Joe, because everybody got so complacent and people are just doing whatever they want, right? I don't know.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
And sometimes you can pay the guy down there at the office a little bit of money to sign off on something maybe he shouldn't. I'm not saying that happened here. I'm just saying it happens.
It does. And I'm not saying it happened here either. I'm not going to go there.
Yeah. I mean, there's a million different ways you could go down, and there's just right now there's not enough information to know which road to attack first. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where the actual failures were, if there were any at all. So
I think I actually have a positive story to share. Yes, I do. It's a mixed bag. So it's not 100%, hey, somebody saved somebody, but somebody did survive. Hey, I've got the 2-click thing figured out now.
All right.
A family tradition turned into a nightmare. 2 East Texas sisters caught in a deadly flood while at Camp Mystic are sharing their story for the first time. CBS 19's Robert De La Garza sat down with Lily and Paige Kummerfeld, who opened up about survival, loss, and the heroes who risked everything to bring them home.
What began as a summer tradition for Lily and Paige Kummerfeld, something they've done for nearly a decade, quickly became a fight for their lives.
We just thought it was a normal thunderstorm. We didn't know any of the destruction happening.
The sisters were no stranger to Camp Mystic's occasional rising waters, but this time, there was no time to prepare.
So our usual flooding plan is to get to the highest point, but it happened so quickly that no one really had time.
Flooded campgrounds triggered panic, especially for those with loved ones on lower ground.
Kind of just stood by those people and hugged them and was like, it's going to be okay. Like, there's a plan. Like, God's got this.
Through the chaos, the girls remember the bravery of camp staff and counselors. Some gave their lives protecting the children. Among them, directors Dick Eastland.
I know that, like, he would have wanted to give his life for the camp.
But they also carry the weight of those lost.
It's hard to hear because they were so young. I feel guilty that we were so safe and oblivious while they were living hell on earth.
Back home in East Texas, Katie and David Kummerfeld went hours without hearing a word from their daughters. Agonizing silence as the disaster unfolded.
Some of the worst hours of our lives, not knowing if our daughters were safe and alive.
But like Lily and Paige, they held on to their faith.
And I think we just really had to rely on our faith, that we had to trust in the Lord, that He had our girls.
Eventually, the sisters evacuated, crossing the river, and were airlifted to safety.
I always had a feeling that I would be home, that I was going to make it home safely.
That hope became her strength.
It gave me strength to be brave, because I was going to be brave for my family and for my friends.
When I heard Lily's voice from the EMS phone, it was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard.
Are they not like mother, like daughter? Like,
yeah,
they're almost like identical twins. That's so awesome. I'm going to play that again just so you can see, like, their hair is done differently, but they could be identical twins. They could be sisters.
For my friends.
When I heard Lily's voice from the EMS phone, it was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. She goes, "Hi, Mom, it's Lily." And it was the best sound.
The girls say they're forever grateful for the heroes who stepped up that day and God's protection through it all.
It's nothing short of a miracle with how quick the water rose. And even for the girls who didn't survive, I believe that Jesus was there with them, holding their hands, and when the waters rose, and comforting them.
In Tyler, Robert De La Garza, CBS 19.
Man, that's tough. And to know that similar stories went on 38 years ago in 1987 makes it tougher for me personally to handle asking it and having some of those questions answered. But she survived. And that's a good positive outcome from this.
There's been a lot of survivors, thankfully, and there's a lot of lives lost, and the number's still going to grow, and there's still some unaccounted for. But there's so many survival stories coming out. I watched so many over the last few days. It's tough to think about what they went through, but knowing they survived, is a shining light if there is one.
Well, the fact that Camp Mystic can host 700 campers and was pretty much full that night, and that we haven't had more loss of life is miraculous.
Yeah, it really, really is.
700.
When you consider that number, yeah.
Camp La Junta is in Hunt, Texas, just west of Kerrville and just over 5 miles away from Camp Mystic. Joining us now is Kelly Raybon. Her two boys, Braden, age 9, and Brock, age 7, were at Camp La Junta during the storm while she was at home in Houston 4 hours away. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us, or two of you at least I see there. Kelly, walk us through how you found out about the flooding at your boys' summer camp.
So it was the morning of July 4th. Honestly, since I finally had no one else I was responsible for at home, I was sleeping in a little bit. So it was about 8:30 when I looked at my phone and saw that received a message from the camp that there had been a lot of water overnight. But at that point, I didn't think too much of the message. Then a couple hours later, there was an additional message that came in, said that the flooding had gotten bad and that they were out of power, water, and cell service. And so I turned on the news in San Antonio because I'm located in Houston. And I saw really the gravity of the situation start to come to light. And then from there, I was just, there was no way to get in touch with anyone at the camp. And so you're just kind of operating blindly, hoping for more updates. So shortly thereafter, I decided I just need to get in the car and drive that way so I could be ready if there was an opportunity to meet up with my boys.
And Braden, 9 years old, incredible bravery. Can you walk us through what you experienced?
So I wake up around 4 a.m. and hear kids screaming from outside. At first I thought it was like a prank or something, but then I noticed it was raining and there was like really loud thunder and lightning everywhere. So I started to get worried, and then around 6 a.m, I saw about 50 to 75 campers walking in this back lane behind my cabin. And now I was like, what the heck is going on? And later on in the day, the cabin that was screaming, since their cabin had flooded, they came into our cabin and they told us the destruction and that they saw, and they told us like how high the river was. And so my mom told me it grew like 26 feet and
45 minutes.
And that's just crazy. And my little brother was in one of the cabins that got flooded the most, and that just really made me feel uncomfortable. And I was worrying more about my brother than myself.
That had to be so scary for you. Can you guys tell us about that moment when you were able to find each other?
This is a very articulate, well-spoken young man. Like, it's just so different than a lot of children you see interviewed nowadays. It's just like, it's refreshing. And I'm glad he survived. He's got good things in store.
Yeah. I saw his little story yesterday.
Yeah, I'm glad he's with his mom now, because I think he's one that was interviewed before when it was just him and his little brother when they first got off the helicopter. And I've since learned that like the reporters pounced on them before the parents even got there and like asked them their name and all of that stuff. And that's not cool with minors.
And that's ridiculous. Let's just call that what that is. And they're lucky I wasn't one of those kids' parents.
Yep.
In the story. It's ridiculous. It's one thing to come and ask an adult to speak, but get out of the faces of the kids, because that's really going to tick me off.
And if you see stuff out there, people that are like pictures of the kids without their parents and you don't know the source, don't like propagate them. Don't keep sharing them, because the minors should be protected in all cases, like above all else, and the victims too. Like I saw the picture of the mom reunited with her daughters, and that was very touching. And that's like right on the edge for me of like what's okay and what's not okay to share. Right, that's like right there on the edge, because it is a powerful moment, and it is a powerfully positive moment. And I love the fact that we were all able to participate in that. But was it like, did they agree to us being able to see that moment, that very emotional moment between mom and two daughters? I don't know. It's like, it's such a conflicting feeling for me. Like, I want to see those moments, and I want to feel the positivity from those moments, but I also don't want in any way for the victims and their families to be intruded upon. Yeah.
No, and it's one thing to ask, and if they deny it, that's fine. Don't just show up, right? I've had that happen. It's not comfortable, and I wasn't happy about it when they just show up. You know, what do you? It's like, what do you do? Here they are, all of a sudden wanting to comment about what happened, and you're like, I don't even feel like standing here talking to give you a damn comment. You saw what happened. You got news footage. You don't, now you need my account of it. But I get it, and that's sometimes that account is what gets the awareness out there in the right way. So, but give them time and give them space, and don't bombard the kids at all. You know, just give people time and space. They don't mind coming and talking. My experience, they don't mind coming and talking and sharing their story, but not everybody's the same, and just give them space if it's needed.
100%.
And realize that everyone, thank God, was safe?
Yeah, I had just a gut instinct. I was worried with Brock being my youngest. I mean, he just finished kindergarten. I was slightly more worried about him, honestly, than Braden, because this was Braden's 3rd year at camp. And I just had this mom instinct that something was wrong with him. And sure enough, he was in one of the 3
Listen to those mom instincts.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't have them because I'm not a mom, but I bet you listen to yours.
Oh, damn. Every time. Those motherly gut instincts they're there for a reason.
My mom had hers too. She busted me a couple times just on instinct alone.
Oh, instinct. I do it with people. They're like, why are so strange? You're calling me with this. What is, I'm like, I can't help it. It's just, it's there. But especially with your kids, mothers know. You get that gut feeling something's wrong, and you call the kid and you're like, everything okay? They're like, you know, how did you know, right? How did you know? Because I know my baby. There's something, I can feel it. Something's off.
It's a thing. Some people call it momdar.
Mm-hmm.
Got that momdar going out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not wrong.
Never. You lie your little tail off, but you know mama's right.
Yep.
And I'm the one who always knows when you're lying, baby. Don't ever forget that.
Cabins that flooded so much so that he had to climb from the lower bunk to the upper bunk to then be lifted into the rafters by the very brave counselors. Of course, I didn't know all that definitively or at all when I was on the way there, but mom instinct is something. So once I was able to get my eyes on the boys and my arms wrapped around them, you know, I was just filled with all the emotions. It's something that I could have never expected to happen, and really, you know, an indescribable feeling of gratitude, but also of anguish and sadness for those who, you know, I knew wouldn't be hugging their child that night or maybe ever.
And Braden, how are you doing today? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling, well, normal, but I just...
That's the definition of my life. I'm feeling normal, but yeah, I probably go a different direction after that than he goes.
I'm like I don't know how to explain it. I have like all the emotions for the poor people like missing all their family and looking for their family members. And it just makes me sick just thinking about it.
Yeah. And I understand
There's a lot still to process. I think that we are, excuse me, I'm sorry, that we're still going through the wide range of emotions and the many stages of trauma at this point. I think there's going to be a lot to process for sure.
Yeah, and I understand that there were some camp counselors and the director who helped immensely in this situation. Can you explain their role?
Want to talk about that?
Well, our camp director, Scott, he helped my little brother down from the rafters in the cabin. He got carried out and got to another cabin, and he would check on at least every cabin every 30 minutes. And I think he was really brave and trying to save us.
I think that just really shows the immense dedication and bravery and commitment to the campers that these camp directors have. And it's so sad to learn that 2 of the camp directors at other camps passed away sort of in their line of duty. And we are so appreciative of the heroic efforts of the counselors who are really just kids too. You know, they're college students. And also to Scott, the camp director at Camp La Junta, they saved lives.
Let's remember the camp directors that didn't make it out. We know for sure of 1 or 2 from Camp Mystic.
2, I believe.
Yeah, 2 that gave their lives to help save or the lives of the little girls at Camp Mystic.
And trying to save the lives of others, and it's so tragic that the whole thing that it even had to happen, and what can we learn from it and what can we do better next time? And I hope that they really take a hard look at that, and it's not just there because some media is making noise and it will go away when the media goes away. And that's a lot of times these little towns, they expect that media goes away, these questions go away with it. But if you live there, they shouldn't go away with it.
No, and that kind of happened in Flora too, which we talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was attention on that for about 30 seconds.
It happens it happens everywhere, unfortunately, and following up and keeping things out there and making people feel differently about these sorts of things, right? It's kind of like once the media goes away, the coverage is gone, people don't think about it, you're carrying on with your lives until it happens in your community. Something will happen in your community. And then it's there all over again. So is there ways, and I don't think the government needs to come in and swoop in and save everybody with these massive spending bills and things like that. But what can we do to go into these affected areas and do long-term improvement? How much will FEMA be able to help in the future if we have a FEMA? What would their role be if they do stay on as an agency? What should FEMA look like? What should their resources be for people, because the need is this. I think there's a lot of government. We count on our government for so much, and they want us to believe in them so much. Will give us good reason to do that. Take care of us when it's needed, and don't point and say, well, it's all up to you. You should have had a better job, and you should have had insurance, and you should have had a backup plan. No, I don't accept that as a society either. I won't.
Yeah, it took a huge national disaster on 9/11 to bring a whole bunch of separate government organizations together to take better care of us and
to finally work together and share information.
Yes.
They
And
didn't
they
share
did.
information before that.
They found a way.
Yeah. We're all on our own out here, lone wolfing it, lone cowboys, to each their own. My agency, you got yours, I got mine. Hey, let's all work together. It might work better. Oh, yeah, it does work better, doesn't it? Well, shoot.
That,
Look at
yeah,
that.
that can happen. That can happen with natural disasters too. And in Florida,
Yes.
I think it does. I think with
Yeah.
hurricanes, we see the best cooperative effort between all the agencies in Florida
Yes.
because of the number of hurricanes that you guys get down there. But it
Yeah,
can
we're
happen in
doing
other
so good
areas
at it.
too. Yeah.
And like I said, even with the staging that's happening pre-storm, okay, we know utility companies from around the country are immobilizing and sending in response teams. And guess what? They're set up 4 hours right outside of town, waiting on the green light to get here immediately after a storm, because it's imperative to get the power back up and running. You've got people on durable medical equipment that need that equipment up and running as fast as possible. We only have so many medical shelters open and available, and we can't get everybody to these open shelters. They're bedridden and they're home ridden. They have to have this utility up and running, and they take priority. You're literally you're on a list, okay? And I know this because my kid was a preemie, spent a year in NICU. When I got him home, I literally had to go through medical school to get my kid home. Part of the plan to get him home was our emergency response effort. What am I going to do during a hurricane? Because this kid has to have oxygen. I have to have a suction machine for his tracheotomy. I have to have all of this regardless of what that weather's doing. We have medical shelters that are open for those necessary needs, right? But to get him home and be comfort in our home, getting these utility companies in quickly and how fast they can immobilize, and not just the tree companies. We have Ashland all sitting out there waiting to go, the tree service guys that come in to remove the trees. There's a huge coordinated effort, and that's a lot, and I get it. And if you have these floods at every 30 years, 40 years, whatever, but have a system in place to respond and a plan of action ahead of the impending danger. I think that's a key to a lot of it. We do so much preparedness in Florida because we had to learn to get better at it. People are just dying for no reason, no reason.
Yeah. And I don't know that anybody's ready to make the determination that happened in this case.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree that maybe next week will be better.
Did you go underwater? It sound like you okay?
What, for real?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Is it
We
better?
can hear you now. All that fancy equipment is getting your back. Mercury's in retrograde or something. I'm telling y'all, I gotta check.
I got to check myself before I wreck myself. Yeah, no, I was saying that we can't make the determination yet if lives were lost unnecessarily here, but I can guarantee you that people are going to be asking that question.
Oh yeah. And that's natural to ask that question. I'm not mad at it. I mean, I get the time and the place and all the things, but I'm telling you, there are people that work on that end and people who work on the other scale, right? The search and rescue efforts. And there's people whose jobs are to absolutely figure out what went wrong, if something went wrong, and can we do better? Those people should be at their desk today doing that job.
The house broke loose, hit the tree, spun around, and floated down here, so we're floating inside the house.
Did you feel that?
Yes.
What did that feel like?
Like being on a big boat.
So yesterday, early morning, can you talk to me about what you felt?
Yes. We got a notification that a severe flash flood was coming our way.
When was
on
that?
our telephone? I think it was, 4:45, 5 o'clock in the morning. And we knew it had been raining.
So that's an important time marker, 4:45. The upstream areas got some warnings around 1 o'clock, some more around 4 o'clock or so. That may be what he's talking about, the second set of warnings that went out.
Got up, looked out the window, and I said, yeah, there's a little bit of water on the street, which is very typical in this neighborhood. I've lived here all my life. And then we started hearing some noises. Then the electricity went off. I opened the back door, and water was already over the top of our AC unit outside, fixing to come in the house. I shut the door. We got everybody up. We got clothes on. And then the next thing we know, our house is filling up with water. And then the electricity went off. And the reason it did was because the house broke loose, hit the tree, spun around, and floated down here. So we're floating inside the house.
Did you feel that?
Yes.
What did that feel like?
Like being on a big boat. And there was nothing we could do. And it was dark, so we didn't know exactly where we were going to end up. And, of course, the house was falling apart. Water's pouring in from everywhere. Tree limbs poked through the back wall back there, tore out the whole back corner of the house. Water's pouring in everywhere. All we did was get up here by this window because this was the highest point of the house.
Who's we? Who's
my wife and my other two daughters.
What were the emotions you were feeling as this was all going on?
We were scared and we were doing a bunch of praying.
And this must have all happened so fast.
It happened so fast we couldn't do anything.
That was such an emotional reaction. Like I look for subtleties in people's faces and their eyes, and you could tell. He said, what were you guys doing? We were doing a lot of praying. Look at his eyes and his face. Like he's very emotional about that, even though he doesn't look like overtly emotional. It definitely emotionally impacted him. Like he goes from this smiley face right here to very emotional. And I'm not going to say negative, but not the smiley face emotions.
Bunch of praying.
And this must have all happened
right
so
there.
fast.
It happened so fast we couldn't do anything. And so we didn't know where we were at, but we knew the house stopped, but we didn't know if it was going to come apart or what was going to happen.
Did you feel it crashing, Miss Dottie?
Yes.
What was that like?
Just hard bang, man. Just like being in a car wreck. You know, it jolted us all. And we wasn't sure where we were at though because it's dark. We couldn't see. And so we just stood all in this window, watching the water rise, and saying our prayers that nobody died.
What was it like when you came outside and saw everything?
Well, they rescued us about 8:30. We were in there for about 3 hours or so. And all of it, everybody down here, we couldn't get out. It was a race.
Can you imagine that, being trapped in your house with rising floodwaters for 3 hours? And this happens in Florida with the hurricanes all the time. People are like, I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to stay in my house. And then the floodwaters get higher and higher and higher. And you move up to the second floor. Then you move into the attic. But so this isn't like unheard of before, but it's still like terrifying.
I can imagine because it happened to me. That's what I was saying earlier. By the end of the episode, the water was to my neck. It's not a good feeling to be in a house that's literally filling up with water over hours, and like I said, your constant thought is, what's my next move to keep myself alive? And you just wait for it to stop. You wait for it to end.
Right, because if you make the wrong move, it can be fatal, right? Like
most definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, when I'm telling you, when I saw this huge, heavy pool table floating in the house and the appliances floating next to it, and I don't know what's floating in that water. I have chunks now of chunks of marble and different things washing out from the condos out on the beach and the penthouses, and now they're floating through parts of my house I know don't belong in this house. Things I have never seen before floating through this house. I'm like, what? That's on top of the water that I can see. What's underneath that water I could not see, and this was the dead of night. There's nothing worse than a nighttime hitting hurricane because it's so dark, all the power's out, you can't see shit. I would much rather deal with a daytime landfalling hurricane. My worst fear is those nighttime hurricanes because you don't see the water until it's there. That's what I knew they were going through. It's dark, and you cannot see that water until it is on your house.
And that's what he just described.
Mm-hmm.
Agent River coming through here. And when we finally got out, we waded in about waist deep water and got out. The fire department got us all out, took us to the community center. So we didn't really know, we didn't see all of this till we came back later in the day. And then we were like, oh my gosh, we were devastated. Because I knew my place was bad, but I didn't know how bad my dad's house was on the corner and all these other places.
And seeing it now, and seeing the community output, just
brings tears to my eyes. All the papers have been so good to us. My boss that I work for, all my co-workers, all my subcontractors, they have all been calling me. My builders that I work with, all calling me wanting to come help. It just breaks my heart to see how many people are down here helping all of us, just giving us their free labor, man. It's amazing. It's amazing.
And what's a message you want to give to Texas officials or local officials for, relief and coming to help in a situation like this for your entire neighborhood?
Yeah, we need help. A lot of us are homeless. We have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to stay. Some of them have flood insurance. Some of them don't. We're fortunate enough to. So we're just going to have to make do until we get all the insurance settled and see. But we need some help down here. There's a lot of people hurting right here, right now, that need help. They don't have the funds that they need.
Thank you for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and get the latest news by down.
That was tough.
Yeah, it's a little bit triggering. It takes you back to that moment, but my heart does go out to all those people, especially if there could have been a better warning system. But then again, I also know even with a good warning system, you may not have listened.
Right.
So it's hard to sit back and judge,
There
I
are
can't. I can't
of
because I made
questions.
that mistake.
Yeah. There are a lot of questions to be asked and a lot of answers to be figured out.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you, Salty, for being here with me.
All right, great. Thank you. And before I go, guys, I just found out, I don't know if any of you have been following what's been happening over at the Crystal Rogers case in that trial, but they just found Brooks Houck guilty a little while ago. So tomorrow,
did
Butterfly
what?
and I, Brooks Houck in the Crystal Rogers trial was just found guilty. So that trial was not televised. So tomorrow, Butterfly and I will be live, and we're going to start bringing Crystal's story and what happened. It was like a week and a half long trial. So it's just a story I'm going to be covering tomorrow, the Crystal Rogers case.
He was found guilty.
Yes. Which
Wow.
I was worried. I have questions. I mean, we're going to explore it, but highly circumstantial case.
All right. I dropped your link in chat.
Oh, thank
Everybody
you.
go over there and watch that.
Yeah, I'm going to be working. Okay,
yeah.
cool. I'm going to work this evening getting some final touches. I've been gathering stuff since the trial's been happening and some great coverage out there. And so I've been keeping all that together, and I need to sit down and get organized and share, because Crystal's story is important. And so is her father, Tommy Ballard, his story. And hopefully you guys come out and tomorrow and join the show and learn about Crystal's case and how long. We're talking 8 years. Oh, and we still don't know we have no body, Joe. Crystal's never been found. So the fact that he just was found guilty, there's 3 people now charged in Crystal's death, but we don't know where Crystal is. And so
Wow.
yeah, it's a crazy case.
It
A lot
is.
of moving parts.
All right. Thanks, Salty. Thanks, chat. Thanks,
Thank you.
mods.
And
Thanks,
thank you,
everybody,
Megan.
for
If
joining
you're out
us.
there listening to us, Megan, we appreciate your efforts, hun. Be safe. Check it, Joe. When she checks in with you, let us know. I guess maybe she'll try to go live tonight with an update. I don't know. So you guys keep an eye out for her notifications in case she does.
All right.
All
Thanks,
right, guys.
everybody. Take
Have
care.
a good one.
Good morning. Good morning. Hope you got your cup of joe. and filled up your morning with good things to know. Good morning, good morning. Thanks for saying hi. Together we make a difference. Be sure to come back by. Good morning, good morning. Thanks for saying hi. Together we make a difference. Be sure to come back by. Good morning, hope you got your cup of joe and filled up your